System with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Sizzling summer savings are happening now at Ashley. Get ready to save on the hottest furniture styles for every room in your home. Upgrade your living room with a new sectional. Create a restful retreat with a new bed. Or elevate your dining room with a new dining set. And to make these sizzling savings even hotter, we offer flexible payment options for every budget. Score savings that are almost too hot to handle. Visit your local Ashley store or ashley.com to shop and save today.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Ricardo, quote, "This is one of the greatest inventions ever. I know this may sound like I'm exaggerating, but this sucker is amazing. The first time I did it, I couldn't believe what came out of my sinuses. I could breathe with ease. My wife just bought one too. Thank you for this product," unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
Keep that umbrella handy for Friday because we are looking at some showers and heavy rain as we get into later on this afternoon with a flood watch in effect. We've got temperatures today in the mid-60s for a warm-up on Sunday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Wurst.
Hey, DQ fans, the new Oreo Brookie Blizzard treat is here. That's a delectable combination of Brookie and Oreo cookie pieces blended together in world-famous soft serve. You get all that in just one treat, and that treat is waiting for you only at participating DQ locations. Happy tastes good.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Morgan Norwood. The Justice Department today releasing the results of a federal investigation into the Minneapolis Police Department. 3 years after the death of George Floyd, the probe finding that a pattern of discriminatory, unlawful policing made what happened to George Floyd possible. No major Supreme Court opinions released today, with several major cases still on the table, including affirmative action in college admissions and President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Deadly tornadoes in the South.
This is Jim Ryan in Dallas. The 3 people killed by the Twister have been identified as 66-year-old Becky Randall, a lifelong resident of Perryton, whose body was found in the print shop she had owned for nearly 30 years. Cindy Brandsgrove lived in Balco, Oklahoma, about 20 miles north of Perryton. The body of the 67-year-old was found inside the local food bank. And 11-year-old Matthew Ramirez died when his family's mobile home was destroyed by the tornado. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
This is ABC News. Mystery still surrounding the deaths of 2 U.S. tourists at a resort in Mexico. The couple found lifeless in their room this week. The autopsy confirming the cause was intoxication by an undetermined substance. More from ABC's Gio Benitez.
Local police have said they suspect a gas-like substance. The Hyatt telling ABC News in a statement, "We do not believe that the cause of death was related to any issues with the hotel's infrastructure or facilities, including carbon monoxide or a gas of any kind." But in an ABC News exclusive, paramedics who responded to the scene tell us they felt dizzy within minutes of entering the room at the resort, where rooms average nearly $1,000 a night.
The family says the couple was feeling sick a few days earlier. Iowa Supreme Court keeping most abortions legal in the state by refusing to allow a restrictive policy to take effect. The law would have banned abortions after a fetal heartbeat is detected. That's usually around 6 weeks of pregnancy. Morgan Norwood, ABC News.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff, so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The arraignment for the suspect in last year's Club Q shooting that left 5 dead and more than a dozen people injured is coming up later this month, and there are reports of a possible plea deal. Ashton Gamblin, shot 9 times that night, tells Fox 31 the focus should not be on the shooter, but on the victims and survivors and what their message is.
I would honestly like to respect the victims and survivors and point a focus towards pride, that this is Pride Month.
In a statement, Club Q said they cannot comment on a possible plea deal, and the collective focus should remain on the victims and honoring those lost with a permanent tribute. Vice President Kamala Harris coming to Denver today. The Vice President plans to discuss the Biden administration's efforts to fight climate change and aid the transition to a clean energy economy. Harris scheduled to talk to Denver public school students and then attend a Democratic fundraiser. Harris discussed similar issues during a visit to the Denver area back in March. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
Despite that gray and rainy weather, it's a pretty calm drive throughout the Denver metro. We are seeing some normal slowdowns into downtown. I-25 southbound, looking at speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Colfax. Northeast of there, of course, we're looking at that congestion spot. 270 westbound approaching Vasquez. Slowdown's pretty minimal out there. Further east, 225 southbound, we are seeing some unusual slow traffic between I-70 and Colfax. No word of an accident. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, rain showers throughout the day. We're looking at a high of only 66 degrees, cooler than the past couple days for sure. Strong storms later today. The current temperature is 57. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hey, DQ fans, the new Oreo Brookie Blizzard treat is here. That's a delectable combination of Brookie and Oreo cookie pieces blended together in world-famous soft serve. You get all that in just one treat, and that treat is waiting for you only at participating DQ locations. Happy tastes good.
A luxurious new look in your kitchen in just a week or two and save big. I mean, really. Our family business has been creating them for many years. Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Kitchens and Baths. Find out how at 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
How about this plum crazy match made in heaven? Buy a new Carrier AC and get a new Carrier furnace free. A deal for any budget. Only from Plumline Services and Carrier. Turn to the experts. From Castle Rock to Longmont, Plumline's been earning our trust since '98 with a spirit of excellence. Service at home, servants at heart. Schedule online. No phone call, no hassle, no wait. PlumlineServices.com. That's PlumlineServices.com.
Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Windows and Doors. How about finally getting those old drafty windows and doors done right? Call us for details on our spectacular financing specials. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com to set up your rock-solid quote.
Reach out to Tom Martino and let your voice be heard. Call, text, and now talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app. While streaming KHOW and the full screen player, just click the microphone to record.
taking too long to give him the money.
Okay, you waited too long to give him this money. Do you have a phone number for this guy?
Yes.
Okay.
What's his name and number?
Hold on. We need to get his name and number off the air and help you with this, okay? This is crazy. Hold on, all right? Jessica, no, you guys hang on. We got to flush this guy out. Hold on. All right, Kachina, talk to her right away. Get that landlord's name and number. We need to call him out. Speaking of renting and stuff, Jan's on the phone. Jan, what's going on with you?
I have two questions for you.
Yes.
I'm wondering if I can evict half of a married couple from their residence, and if you have a good eviction lawyer you can suggest.
Okay, I need to ask you something. When you say evict half, so you have a married couple in your place that you want to evict, but you only want to evict...
Half of.
You only want to evict the husband or the wife?
The wife.
Did they both sign the lease?
Technically, they don't have a lease because we're being nice guys. But so it's kind of all up in the air.
Who rented it?
As
Okay.
to legality.
Who rented it?
It's our son.
Okay.
It's our son.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So your son you want to keep there, but you want to evict his wife.
Correct.
How does your son feel about that?
He's all for it.
Okay. So, and he doesn't have like the what do I want? Nerve to kick her out?
That's pretty much it.
Okay. Now, are they married?
Yes.
That's going to be a little difficult. Hold on. I want to get our real estate attorney on, okay? You asked about an attorney. Let's get one on to give you some free advice right now. Hang on. That is a good question. This is a weird one. So she's a landlord, and she has her son renting along with his wife, and she wants to get rid of the wife, and the son is all for it. Well, let me ask another question, because this is important. Jan, is your son fixing to get a divorce? If not, he better be prepared for one, maybe. But is he?
Right, exactly.
Does he want to get a divorce?
Yes.
Okay. So, and is he asking you to do this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, another question. This is really important. Is she behind on rent? Does she pay him rent? What is their agreement? Did they move in together?
Yeah, they did. She's kind of holding on to all the money, and nobody has access to it.
Is it his money?
Technically, yes, but no.
Well, what does that mean? Does he?
Things.
Who's working?
She is.
Okay.
Basically.
This now I have a clear picture. Hold on. Kachina Kalori, we want to get our real estate attorney on. I'm Tom Martino. Today is car day. We have Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, Uncle Kevin with Kevin Calkin with Sheridan Autotech, and more coming up this hour, brought to you by waterpros.net. I'm telling you, you want the best water systems at the lowest prices. You want waterpros.net or paulthewaterman.com. Under $1,000 for all the drinking water you can handle at your kitchen sink. Under $1,000 for the entire system. Reverse osmosis.
You know what the scariest thing is?
Crazy.
That Jessica is going to be allowed to reproduce.
Who?
Jessica, Anthony's girlfriend.
This is...
She's allowed to reproduce. That's
just
scary.
hold on. Well,
She's just got
don't say that out loud.
Yeah.
She what?
No, why you say that? I mean, just because she got taken in an apartment deal?
No, because just...
Yeah, man, that's easy to do.
You'd be amazed how easy it is. I mean, you meet the guy, you sign the lease.
No, I'm talking about the way she interacted with Tom.
Nah, maybe she's just tired, dude. She's pregnant.
TheArtOfGranite.com. That's the website you want to go to if you want the great countertops offered by The Art of Granite. Now, it says The Art of Granite, but he does any stone, any natural surface, or man-made surface, or solid surface, and he'll give you a price on the phone. That's how he operates. wholesale on all materials. He tears out and hauls away free. He gives you the bathroom vanity free when you have the kitchen done, or he'll give you a kitchen sink if you don't have a bathroom you want done. TheArtOfGranite.com. Call for your price. Explain it. He'll give you a great price. That's how proud he is of his deals on the phone. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. Now, if you're ever in a car accident and you have injuries, or you're not sure if you have injuries even, but you may, or you're not sure what to do, where to turn, I want you to call John Fuller. Now, there's a reason I tell you that. Because John Fuller has pledged to talk to each and every client on intake. It's not a call center, not an assistant, not a paralegal. He'll talk to you personally. And then, after that, if you decide it's a good fit, he'll represent you on a percentage fee basis and personally handle your case. That was what he has pledged. He'll only grow his firm to the size he can grow while dealing with each and every case personally. You'll even get his personal cell phone. So call the office to begin, and then notice the difference. You're not just a number. 303-597-4500. That's 303-597-4500. The website, myaccidentlawyer.co.
What's up, gentlemen? Fell off his bike in like a bush or something. Got bit by a rattlesnake in the bush. Yeah, in Colorado. Look at the size of the bite. I mean, the fangs.
Yeah, fuck him.
Is he okay?
He's in the hospital. You know, getting.
Well, he's getting the anti-serum.
Yeah. They're on a mountain trail, and he tatered right into a bush, and there was a snake in the bush.
Is he dead?
No, he's fine.
Right.
But the fangs look like they're 2 inches apart. How old is he? 11.
How did he?
He got him in the armpit. Ooh,
that never goes over well.
Who did I give dish to? The dish
At least
problem.
he's on his right side, not his left side.
Yeah.
Who did I give that dish problem to for that one? Oh, no, never mind. I did it. Never mind. I didn't give it to him. I told her what to do. This is unbelievable.
What's the weather like down there?
So Jackie yesterday, she has CenturyLink coming to her house on
Good.
Monday. She switched.
That's how it was here this morning, but now a little sunlight.
And so then she's going to call back to get help on that too.
Now, on Anthony and Jessica, did you get the number of that guy?
Yes, and I called and left a message. I put it up there.
So you called him?
I did. He just
Yeah. That's funny.
This guy.
You know, this delay is 0 today. This is really good.
Yeah, from a pregnant woman? Yeah. Seriously?
I want to know how you can reverse a Zelle payment.
Oh, I don't. That's a really good question. Do we have any banking people?
I'll bet you can't.
Yeah, because isn't it? I thought you said it was Venmo.
Yeah, I know.
She said Zelle.
Because, you know, let's say
I
buy something
am
through
installing
service,
with
and then I
Dominic
reverse the Zelle.
Switchblade,
Zell's
so
not
we
gonna
can
work.
use one of those.
You
which
can
we
only
will
cancel a
never
payment if the recipient hasn't yet enrolled in Zelle.
So you can't.
Once the payment's gone through, you can't. Yeah, only if they're.
Shit. I'm going to look right now. I might even have it set up. I thought he had to do one other thing. You can pull it up on the board there, right? Let's try it. Maybe we'll try it next break so we don't fuck it up.
But I do have Brad O'Brien up. I don't know if he's on that on 6, so maybe you can ask him about both issues.
Yeah, because I don't have to kill 5. I don't have to kill 5 while we do it. You can have us on 2.
This sucks, man, this guy.
I don't like those apps, you know, other than like sending family money or something, you know, Zelle.
Hey, I'm told there's no audio on YouTube. Hello? What's that mean? You know? Or what? Did we get it fixed?
Hey, DQ fans, the new Oreo Brookie Blizzard treat is here. That's a delectable combination of Brookie and Oreo cookie pieces
I
blended
think it's
together in world
called-
famous soft serve. You get all that in just one treat, and that treat is waiting for you only at participating DQ locations.
Contributor.
Happy tastes good.
630 KHOW. An iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 888heating.com wants to take a stab at your heating and air. By the way, they're converting a lot of homes into electric or hybrid systems with heat pumps and smaller furnaces or all heat pump. It's extraordinary. They, by the way, guarantee the lowest prices for the same equipment, 888heating.com, 303-770-2776. That's 770-2776. Hey, man, we got a bunch of problems right off the bat with this renting. This one where somebody paid $2,000, we left a message. Obviously, he's not answering, but this is terrible. I mean, she signed a lease. I guess Anthony and Jessica on the phone. You signed a lease, and I guess in the lease it said you were going to make a payment on a certain date, right?
Yeah.
And you were late making that payment, right?
Yes.
But you ultimately got it to him, right?
Yes.
And he took the payment, but then texted you back and said, we're not going to do business. You were too late, but we're keeping it anyway.
Yes.
God. What is this guy's name?
Matthew Carell.
Matthew Carell?
Yes.
Matthew Carell. Matthew Carell. My God. And you have not talked to him. He just texted you? How did he let you know he wasn't going to rent to you?
Through the text messages.
God. And you've been since trying to get a hold of him or what?
No, I try not. I'm pregnant, so I didn't want to stress about it.
Yeah, I don't blame you for not wanting to stress. But
she's pregnant, and she told me, and I called you.
Okay, what we need to do is figure out a way to get him to small claims court or to talk to him. It's incredible. Now, do you spell his name Correll or one R or two L's? I mean, let me know. Do you know?
Carrell.
Okay, Carrell. Okay.
It's on the call notes, Tom.
It's on the call notes. Okay, yeah, Matthew, got it. We're going to get a hold of this guy and figure it out. This is...
other number, baby.
I got his number. Wait, do you have another number for him?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on. Get that other number for him. And I want to talk to our real estate expert right now on another issue because we had two renting issues right in a row. This one is a weird one, and I want our attorney to weigh in on it. And this is Brad O'Brien, it's O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com. And Brad, thank you for being here, Brad. So here's the thing. Jan, I want to lay this out to you, and then you can ask her some questions if you need to. Jan is a landlord, and she rents to her son and his wife. Okay? So basically, Jan is renting to the son and the wife. How long have they been there, Jan?
About 4 years.
4 years. And then the marriage got on rocky ground. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, they've been renting 4 years, month to month, no written lease. And who's been paying the rent?
We have pretty off and on.
Wait, what do you mean we? You own the place, right?
My husband and I have been making the payments.
Making what payments, dear? What payments are you talking about?
Their rent payments.
To yourself?
Right.
You're the landlord, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So, in other words, you haven't been getting rent, is what you're saying.
No, correct. Not consistently.
Not consistently. Okay. So you and your husband rent this to your son and his wife, and they don't always pay the rent. In the last year, how many months have they missed?
6.
6. Are they current? Right now, have they paid for June?
No.
Did they pay for May?
No.
Did they pay for April?
No.
March?
No.
February?
Jeez, I think we get the point.
Hold on. February? Have they paid this year at all?
1 month, January.
January. Okay. Now, you want to evict them, But you don't want to evict both of them. You don't mind keeping your son there, but you want to evict her.
Correct.
Now, Brad, is that possible? The way I look at it, and I want to take a stab at it, what I call my amateur stab, she has a right to evict them, both of them, for not paying, and then she can always get her son back in there. Isn't that the easiest way to do it?
At this point, she could evict two different ways. One is she can terminate the month-to-month tenancy on 21 days advance notice. That's probably the easier way. And the second way is to say you didn't pay rent, but then she's got to give a 10-day notice of demand for the rent, and only after the 10 days pass can she move for eviction based on non-payment of rent.
But it's easier to just terminate the month-to-month. Brad?
Yeah, but why it's easier is that if you say the rent hasn't been paid,
yes,
and then it gets paid, then that cures the default for both of them.
Yeah.
So it's hard to kick out one, not the other. But on the other way, just terminating the month to month, you can terminate it as to specific individuals. So she can terminate the tenancy on 21 days notice just for one person.
Oh, she can.
The other tenant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Now I suggest, Jessica, you get an attorney. Brad, do you do those letters and those kinds? Okay. This is what I recommend to get it done right, Jan. You need to have Brad O'Brien or an attorney do it who knows real estate, knows rent law, and all of that. And Brad O'Brien is and let me give you his number, okay? Because really, this is the way to do it. He's saying you have two ways to do it. You could evict them for non-payment, but it's easier to just terminate the month-to-month lease and say, I'm not renewing it, you're out of here. Now, if they don't leave upon termination, or the woman doesn't, then what?
Well, then you file a court complaint for eviction.
Okay, so it's one step at a time. So, as I said, Jan, you need to have an attorney. Let me give you his number. It's olslaw.com. That's the website. O for O'Brien Legal Services. Now, his number is 720-370 7388.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
No problem. 303-713-8255. That is news to me that you can evict one and not the other if you want.
Well, why isn't her kid paying her rent? I mean, 6 months. Maybe he needs
does he not? I'm just curious. Good question. Jan, does your son work?
Occasionally.
How old is he?
He doesn't want to leave the house.
Sure, but how old is
what
he?
House
because
doesn't he?
Of different.
Okay.
The house they're living in because of strange circumstances.
Strange. Oh, okay. Hey, but he wants to leave her, right?
Right.
Oh man, they don't.
You'd think she'd want to leave him.
Yeah.
Does she have any
kids?
kids?
The one working.
Exactly.
Do they have any kids?
Yes, they have 3.
Oh no! Well, wait. What are you going to do about the kids?
They can come live with us.
Holy crap!
What a tangled web.
Brad, does that complicate things that there's 3 kids?
Normally, I don't name kids as defendants in an eviction complaint. Name the parent, and obviously the kids will follow.
Well, yeah. And then,
kids out of it.
Yeah. Okay, so listen, Jan, does he want to keep the kids there?
Yes.
Oh, okay, and then you're going to help him out.
Yes.
How long are you going to help him out?
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Sounds like a mess, doesn't it? Wow.
You got to kick this. You got to kick this bum to the curb. He's not going to get any better with your help.
Wow. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. More coming right up.
Long past tough love time.
Oh. Well, one of the 2 parents needs to stay home with the 3 kids. I mean, that's the issue.
Yeah,
right?
But yes and no. I mean, there's a whole lot more going on there than you'll ever.
But you know what child care would be for 3 kids?
No, it's true. But I mean, so you take shifts. You know, you work during the day, I work at
night.
You know, when you both work and you pay your damn bills and you teach your kids. That's how you do it.
Absolutely.
There's no magic to life, you know. But sitting there in mommy and daddy's house.
Well, if they were paying the bills, there's no problem with just one working parent.
Of course. No, but if one can't pay the bills, which is hard right now, you know, yeah, there's other ways.
God.
But living in mom and dad's house isn't the answer.
Will democracy win? What does that mean?
Exactly.
It means will Biden win?
Exactly.
Come on. It's like if you're not Democratic, you know.
Yeah, if
the
you're not
country's
Democrat,
gonna
you're
fall.
communist, yeah.
Jesus Christ. You know, I love talking about great deals, and I'm going to tell you about EuroplumbingColorado.net. Not only the best deals with water heaters, that's right, starting at... I want to tell you about great deals. EuroplumbingColorado.net has the best deals on water heaters, but not just water heaters. They have the best deals on garbage disposals as well, and sump pumps. So, if you want the best deal, you call Euro Plumbing. Water heater starting at $11.99 for a 40-gallon tank, $12.99 for a 40, $13.99 for a 50-gallon. That's with all new water supply lines and a new gas flex line, and that's the old one taken out and hauled away. Plus, you can get garbage disposals at, he says, 90% savings than most of the competition. My God, can you believe that? You call them, put them to the test. The lowest price anywhere, 303-668-6844, 668-6844, EuroplumbingColorado.net. Now, the Raleigh House. That is a serious topic, but they can take a lot of the sting out of it by helping you. If you have an addiction, or if you have someone in your family with an addiction, a friend, a loved one, call their number, I'm going to give it to you, and ask about their services. Medication-based therapies, rural settings, and horse or equine therapy. They have all kinds of therapies, group sessions, intensive outpatient care, inpatient care. Call them, 720-891-4657. They've been serving Colorado since 2008. I know the founder, and these are people you can trust. 720-891-4657. Yes, I'm sorry. What's going on?
Brad wants to know if you want him to help with Anthony and Jessica, and I left a second.
How can he help, does he think?
Not sure.
Let me bring him up. Tell him I'll talk to him about it.
Okay, and then I left a second message for the secondary phone number that I have up on call notes.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to assign it to a deputy or...
Man, this is bad news. I'm wondering if there's... Huh? Well, no, Doc volunteered for us, so let's give it to Doc.
Oh, this guy, yeah.
That took money and did nothing?
Okay, I have everything, Doc, so I'll come in and give it to you at the next break.
9.5-foot catfish.
9.5-foot what?
Catfish.
Why not?
What?
That's a long fish. Got caught in a river in Italy.
Look at the size of sturgeon.
Well, yeah, no, they're 200 years old, so I guess the catfish can live that long too. You know.
Jill Biden goes after Trump. What a nasty election this is going to be again.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Biden's strategy is just arrest the opponents.
Yep. The Dems were smart. They'd leave Trump alone because they can beat him.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Century RV for your RVs new and used, CenturyRV.com, exit 240 and I-25. That's the Longmont turnoff, but they're on the frontage road on the east side. You get great deals on everything from pop-up campers to fifth wheels to Class A motorhomes and everything in between. Bumper poles, Century, CENTURY, CenturyRV.com, 303-453-1111. Yeah. So now, Anthony and Jessica, I want to bring up our real estate attorney on this particular situation.
Okay.
And see what he has to say about it. And I want to recap it for people listening. So Jessica paid a guy $2,000 in May, Matthew Carell, to rent his condo. She was supposed to move in June 1st. He told her it wasn't going to work out because she paid the $2,000 late. She was supposed to pay it by a certain date. She paid it a few days late. Furthermore, he said he's not going to refund the deposit. Now, theoretically, Brad, what if she signed a lease and the first requirement of the lease was the payment of $2,000, and then, Jessica, when were you supposed to pay? When was your next payment due? When you moved in?
Didn't have a date for the next payment.
Wait, you said you were going to move in June 1st, right?
Yeah.
How much a month was your rent?
$19.90.
So like $2,000. So you paid, was that deposit you made for a damage deposit, a security deposit, or was it the first month's rent?
That was just his deposit.
I understand that, but when you moved in, was he going to collect the first month's rent?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you never moved in, so therefore you didn't pay him that. So he said, I'm keeping your deposit.
Yes.
Because you violated the terms of the lease, which was getting him the deposit. You see, that sounds a little weird to me, Brad. I sign a lease. You promise to get me a deposit by a certain date. Okay, I take it after that date, and I say, okay, now it's mine. It is possible, maybe, they signed something saying that they were going to rent, and he's calling it a default. What do you think?
Well, I think this falls under the security deposit statute in Colorado, which basically says that a security deposit has to be returned within 30 days unless the landlord has one of the reasons, justifiable reason for retaining it, which I don't think that I'm not hearing that.
What if he says now I can't rent it out June 1st, and it's gonna take me a while to rent it out. I have economic damages.
Well, if he's this is a security deposit. It's an advance payment of.
I don't know what it is actually. Exactly what was it, Jessica? Did you get a receipt?
Yeah, I have the receipt.
What does it say it's for?
It doesn't. He didn't give me a receipt. I have copies of the lease payment.
You have copies of the Zelle payment, but
yeah.
But you didn't know if it was a security deposit or what it was.
I mean, from my knowledge, it would be a security deposit because I haven't moved in yet to pay rent.
And it was your understanding that does the lease say, the lease talks about the $2,000. What does it call it? What does the lease call the $2,000?
Hold up, she's about to find it right now for you.
Okay.
Well, Tom.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The statute says that a security deposit is any advance.
Okay.
Deposit
Okay.
or payment
Good.
of money,
Good.
regardless how it's called.
Good.
To secure the lease.
Okay, so it's a security deposit is any advance payment, and she made an advance payment, and you're thinking he didn't have a right to keep it.
Right, and so he has to comply with the statute for returning it within 30 days, or else he might be subject to triple the amount of the security deposit that was wrongfully withheld, plus interest and attorney fees to get it back.
Okay, so Jessica, here's the deal. He will even have to pay attorney's fees. This guy is in trouble if he does this the wrong way. So I'd like you guys to hang up, and really, I'd like you to call over to O'Brien Legal Services, Brad O'Brien. Kachina, make sure they get that number, 720-370-7388. Yep, I'm telling you, this is bad. Isn't that tricky, though? He takes a security deposit. He knows it's late when he takes it and says, now you can't have it back.
And he created his own damages by not renting it to him.
Yeah, because they were going to rent it. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And he didn't trust him then, he said. This sucks. To put it lightly, it sucks. If you guys have a problem, question, or complaint like this, give us a call. Now, Sean says he has a possible scam to tell us about. What is it? What is it, Sean?
Well, I think it might be a scam, Tom. I'm not sure. I keep getting a call on my cell phone. They ask me if I was involved in an auto accident, and I say no, and they hang up. But they call me every day asking me. So I wanted to find out about it.
Hey, Sean, did you get a number they're calling from?
No. They don't show a number.
All they do is say they want to know if you... By the way, have you been in any kind of an accident in the last, let's say, 3 years?
No.
Okay. So I don't know what do they say they want?
They just want to know if I've been in an auto accident.
Hey, block the number and quit worrying about it.
He says the number doesn't show up. But you know, Sean, you should not worry about it, because if it is, I would just ignore it. Just hang up. You hang up. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's almost impossible to stop these calls nowadays. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Door. Speaking of car day today, you have a garage. If you can't get it closed, it's an emergency. They come out 24/7. One Clear Choice Garage Doors also does inspections for $80 if you're moving into a home. I'm telling you, they're great people. And I use them for my garage doors, for my openers, for everything. 720-370-3987. All of their prices on their website, oneclearchoicedoors.com.
We got a call from the same thing yesterday about somebody just wanting to. There's nothing you can do about scam calls. You can put a. There are some free blocks you can put on.
We were out of Coke, by the way. Were we out of Coke? Were we out of Coke?
Yes.
We are.
What are you doing, Doc? Get to the store.
What?
Get to the store. Hurry up.
We are out of it, Doc.
Yeah, there was no Coke in the fridge.
Fuck.
That's a cool game, isn't it?
What?
The Wordscape.
Yeah. Well, this is something different. This is called.
What?
Zenwood.
What did I do wrong?
You know, you do the Wordle.
All right.
I used to. I hadn't done it in a while.
Guys,
It's getting so easy.
the oldest and most trusted home improvement company in all of Colorado, K&H Home Solutions. Now, they were K&H Windows when they started 65 years ago. I knew the original owner, not 65 years ago, but about 40 years. I met him 40 years ago, Henry. And then he was selling to Ted And Ted Rowland carried on the wonderful tradition, and now Lee Diamond and his son, KH Home Solutions. It's a company you can trust for a continual line of quality products that offer no maintenance solutions for your house, like wonderful diamond coat siding, and they have James Hardy siding. They also have Provia windows, soft light windows, and of course they do roofing as well, plus doors. So window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for at khwindows.com. 303-421-7100. Special deals being made right now. 303-421-7100. You just tell them Tom told you to call and get the best deal. Now, speaking of deals, how about getting some extra money for that old jewelry you're not using anymore? You can do that at davidellisjewelry.com. David, I've known for 40 years. Honest to God, he's been here that long, and he's got a place, Cherry Creek North, 3rd and Clayton. Look for the black awning, and here's the deal. You'll get great deals on old junk because he's just going to weigh it and pay it for the precious metals, right? But if you have antique jewelry or used jewelry, vintage jewelry, he'll give you prices accordingly. Why don't you go see him in Cherry Creek or give him a call first? That's davidellisjewelry.com. Let me give you that number. Here it is, 303-322-8779. Are you shocked that I'm kind of on time? What did I do? Well, like how? Hey, Kelly, I'm sorry. I thought we were out.
We are out. So this is what I got for you. I have blood orange lemonade or Bud Light.
Oh, shit. Let me just see the cards.
That's what I got.
Can I have this? Is this yours personally? Are you giving this to me? Huh? I'll take it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just need
No Bud Light? Okay, I'll give it to the garbage. All right. Anybody else? Bud Light?
A little early for me.
Not unless you got some Cheerios to go with it.
God fears Trump will drag down ballot.
Well, it's legitimate.
You know what? I really
Jeff Vick's over there eating a pizza.
Just because.
I'm going to just do commentary on what I see from now on.
You know what? I know they made him. I mean, they truly never gave the fucking guy a chance.
Never.
I realize he's been attacked, but
never.
With this switchblade situation, I can just leave you potted up off the air, and you can give sort of a assisted descriptive video. Huh.
That would be funny. I can actually do the show.
Yeah.
I'll take the same calls on the YouTube while he's taking them over the air.
Now, they won't respond to you.
Oh, that's the problem.
Couldn't be
yeah,
Biden
right.
in the basement.
But you could beat the crap out of them like Mystery Science Theater 3000.
50% of the population starts out.
You know what I mean?
That would hard to know.
So is there a way that YouTube could hear what I'm saying when we go back to calls, go back on air, but I don't go out over the air? I don't think there's a way to do that.
Yes, there is.
Well, if it comes
so in other words, the caller could say something like, and then my grandmother fucked, or then my grandmother slept with him. And I can say, your granny fucked a goat, and the YouTube people would hear it, but it would definitely not go out over the air.
Correct.
Run as an independent.
Really, boy, that could be actually good. We could truly have a show in the show.
The House and
Yep.
That's really the
Especially when you weren't there, when you weren't here.
He'd be so, when he finds out later
that
I'm doing the same calls, he'd blow a fucking gasket.
Well, you know, it's a sad thing that Biden is...
Why is Mark torturing these people and, oh, the profanity.
He's got dementia.
The
He can't remember for
profanity.
years. And having Kamala...
And then the people
would
on
be a
YouTube, the
disaster.
funny part is,
She has
the
no
ones
more
right
right
now
to be
listening to
president.
us, they would know.
And
But other people that tune in that haven't tuned in and actually hear this would think it's going out over the air.
I agree.
Yep.
You
just
fucking slut. What the fuck?
Do you just want to be up and try it for this last 3-4 minutes?
Yeah, let's do it.
You're up.
You better make sure I'm not
Get what
going
you
out
vote
over
for.
the fucking air.
You're not going out in the air. As a matter of fact, there you go. It would be very difficult for me to even put you on the air now.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, personal misery.
Okay,
They don't give a
but
fuck
the
about
people
paying
on
tax,
YouTube can
crime.
definitely
they don't
hear
care
me.
about it.
Man, I really liked Twitch because it was so
like
instantaneous.
It's way
but for
more
some reason, you guys aren't there right now.
It's a mission, and that is a problem.
Yeah, they would feel
I mean, I can
defeated
pull
if
up
they voted GOP or didn't
tuber.
vote. You know, it's
Let's see. Man, then I got to type that back in. I got to go to that page. There's just so many layers to it. Now let me see if I can hear us.
I mean, it's like
I really like.
I think a lot of them firmly believe that it's
shit, fuck.
For some reason, and you won't hear that for another 2 minutes, whereas Twitch would have already played it.
I didn't. I killed Twitch.
Oh, stop killing Twitch. Here we go.
Am I up or down?
You're up off air.
You're sure?
Positive.
Okay.
Should be.
He was voted out.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Waterpros.net. If you can get a whole house system, you can get a whole house filter. A whole house filter for
we need more commercials, Tom.
$1,200 to take out all the forever chemicals. Hey, they have all kinds of options for
I like
you.
forever
Paul the
chemicals.
Waterman.
I keep them in a shaker.
.com. I can't think of a better place for trusted water supplies. 303-862-5554. Now, Jim's got a question on solar. We have car day today, too. You can text us, or you can call us, or you can do both, or you can email us live at troubleshooter.com. You can text us 57739. Just put Tom somewhere in there so I can filter it.
Or 303
and then
Martino.
Also, you can just call us 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Jim, what's going on with solar, Jim?
Hey, Tom, I'm thinking about putting solar in my house, and I'm actually trying to get some recommendations on a great company to use. I know they're, fly by night, good ones, bad ones. Your recommendations?
Well, it almost sounds like a setup because, and I don't mean to say you're a setup, but ProBit Energy is someone we've recently had a relationship with. And let me tell you why. I've been observing the solar industry for years. Now, over the years, we've had solar companies on that started out great.
And then
they crashed and burned, some of them. Now, luckily, people weren't burned by it, but they got their systems, but then there was no one to take care of them. And then a solar company that wasn't bad, Cam, they left town. They didn't leave anybody hanging, but they left. And it's hard. The hard thing is they like to sell new systems. They don't normally like to service and repair, especially if they didn't put them in. But even after putting them in, they want to put in new systems. But ProBit Energy, so far, and I say so far, I don't expect any trouble with them. They're good people. I know them. And they do new systems. Plus, they've gone out for people that called the show, and they've literally been solving other people's problems with the systems. So that's why I like them.
Have you had any experience with a company called Valor?
No. Not positive or negative. Now listen, I'm gonna warn. I'm just gonna educate you about the industry.
I think Valor sucks.
Solar companies are normally either, listen carefully, a sales organization, and that's all they are, and all they do are sell contracts and then sell the contracts to like Freedom or another big installer, and then they wash their hands of the job, okay? So you have to make sure you're not dealing with just a sales organization, okay? I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying that's not what you want. Then you have companies that do just installations for other companies, okay? Like Freedom. Now, then you have companies that do it all. Now, if you're, so the point is,
fuck you, Kevin.
What you want is a company that does it all, that has their own sales arm, their own installation arm. Now, obviously, they're going to buy their stuff from other people, the suppliers. Like a roofer buys suppliers, but he has his own roof crew. So you don't want someone who just knocks on a door, then takes your contract, sells it to a roofing contractor. You want someone who has a hand in the system. So no, I don't know Valor one way or the other. I would just make sure, are they truly a sales and installation company, or do they just pawn off the contracts to someone else? I don't know. Apparently, they've already gotten you a pitch. Is that what it is?
This is no good. We got
I've already
that's
gotten
great.
a quote, and
That's great.
I want
Now,
to get a couple. I want to get a couple more quotes, but it's just so hard to find somebody.
Well,
reputable.
you call. Well, you know what?
That's
Here, you like Valor? Now call ProBid 303-623-1531. Call them and get a second opinion. See who you like the best. 303-623-1531. And let me know, please. Keep me informed. I'd love to know. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
All right, you there?
I'm here.
I didn't even listen to you. Did you go back and listen to yourself on YouTube?
No, but they're definitely hearing me. There is absolutely no doubt about it.
Good.
It is working very well.
Kelly listened for a second to YouTube, but I didn't even want to hear it. Just so I could.
When it comes to the solar part, though, it's like a solar
I'm
call.
trying to work on that.
Shit, I just need a good call. That fucking call was no good.
Right.
I need a call I can sink my teeth into.
You need one of my girlfriends from Section 8.
That would work. What the fuck? 4 kids?
So let me get this straight. You have more kids than teeth, and you're reaching out to us?
Exactly. I always figured we'd do so much better on satellite. I swear to God, man.
Oh.
We wouldn't have to do this shit on breaks. We could just do one entire show like this.
Yep.
There's no money in solar.
Help people and make it fucking fun and just the whole bit. But we just
Well, because not only, you obviously tease the person that needs help, but you could also tee up on some
that's been going on forever.
nuts who's messing with these people.
No,
it'd be much better.
Yeah.
What are they drinking, by the way? What did Kelly? What did you end up feeding Tom in there? They got pizza coming.
She's on the phone, and she is no Suze when it comes to talking to two people.
I got you.
In the early 80s, when
are they going to be stuffing their pie holes soon?
Yep. She's ordering right now.
Ah, how many? Let's see. We got Doc. We've got Jeff. I bet they order 2 large pizzas.
I wish they would. I don't think they do.
You know, we made an extra $1,500. Customer got a $1,000 check. And then the tax credits paid.
You know what? Have you seen what is the name of who was our old quarterback? Fuck, I can't. Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Have you seen him and his brother do the Monday Night NFL where they're talking?
No, but I've heard it's brilliant.
It's fucking great. That's really what this would be.
I've heard that it's better than Monday Night Football.
It can be. It can be. If you've got a big bet or something and you're totally into the game, that's a whole different story. But just your average Monday night game, it's fucking great.
A buddy of mine was working for him, making a lot of money. It's like, what the heck?
Hey, babe, would you bring up the day shades? A little more light in here. Uh-oh, no Coke Zero. I thought he was off Coke Zero.
I'm back on it, too.
Are you?
I love it.
I can't stand that diet taste. It tastes like shit.
As much as I can't stand their advertising, but everybody's in that bed now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I guess the resort right down the way, Vail put up a bunch of stuff for
some same couples, Matt.
Yeah, I can't think of the damn name of it. What is it? Pride Month. That's what I'm.
He said no more Bud Light in the office.
Yeah, Kelly, why the hell is there Bud Light in the office?
Because they dropped it off as a promotional thing to save their asses. So like
you know what's funny?
All these different radio stations got it, and so there's like a ton of it in one of the.
I never
fridges.
drank Bud Light.
So I offered him both. I offered him lemonade or Bud Light.
Hey, back in your drinking days, what did you drink, Shannon? I'm talking your early 20s or teens, the cheap beer. What was the cheap beer?
As a teen, I had a lot of money. You know, the restaurant, I had anything I wanted, so I was doing Foster's oil cans that were imported. I used to drive a van for the restaurant, and between the front and passenger seat, I have a 55-gallon trash can that was always full of iced Moosehead.
Oh, Moosehead was great.
Oh my God! I would all I did was drink and drive as a kid, and mostly as an adult. All I did.
We drank Pearl beer from Texas, man. Dirt cheap.
Nope, I didn't do the cheap stuff when I was a kid. Yeah, those oil cans were exquisite too. What else? Oh, Heineken. You know, before it.
Heineken.
I mean, yeah, because that was
That's
prime.
what my dad drank.
That was
Heineken.
top shelf stuff for us back then. But the Moosehead.
Is Moosehead even around anymore?
I don't know, but it was glorious too. Jeezers.
I haven't seen that in.
Then I went through a red stripe phase. But then when I was finally
Jamaican beer, you poor bastard.
Why not? When I was finally really a raging alcoholic and I had to spend my own money, Miller High Life, baby.
That was dirt cheap.
Oh, and it's the champagne of beers.
Did you drink it in 40s?
Yeah, all the time. I was so drunk most of the time. If other friends were going out, I'd have to start with at least 10 beers before I left the house so I would have fun with them, because otherwise it was like, why are we still sober? What are we doing?
What was that thing you did on the air drunk one time?
I played goat sound effects over top of Ted Kennedy's speech at the Pepsi Center for Obama.
All right, I have to
kinda
go
drunk.
get an energy drink.
I used to drink a bit. My last night of drinking was with Charles Barkley.
Are you shitting me? Why that night of all nights? You just drunk
Well, it was the DNC, and that week of the DNC got logarithmically crazier each night.
Did Lee Larson pull you in the office back then?
No,
What
but we
happened?
spoke in the bathroom briefly.
You're screwed. Oh yeah, Rolling Rock beer AG put up.
Oh yeah, I did a fair amount of that.
Ours was Pearl, man. It was $5 a 12 pack.
That a war with the U.S.
Oh yeah, and Suzanne reminded me when you pop the cap off, there'd be pictures underneath. They certainly have more people like a puzzle. Like a picture
Has
of
anybody
an
mentioned Mickey's yet? Mickey's wide mouth?
Mickey's big mouth.
Yeah.
The easiest beer bottle to pee in.
And I did drink a case of Little Kings. I drank a 30 of Little Kings before I got.
I love Little Kings.
I did Little Kings before I got my senior picture. You can tell when you look at
I think
it.
they're gone too.
Boy, so was I. But I also did a lot of champagne.
Wait a minute. I think you're right. They were in a 30-pack. It wasn't a case or 24.
Right, Little Kings, yes. They were.
Yeah.
I don't think.
But I did a lot of champagne, and yes, lots of Tattinger and Dom Perignon.
When
I mean, even all this talk, well, they want our
17
country
in a grocery store
to be taken
we had
over,
beer.
or to be communist.
It was literally a white
Oh,
can with black letters.
we
that
loved
said
that. That was so fun. The generic beer, you bet.
I talked to some Chinese
Yes.
higher up, and the guy said, we don't want to invade your country. We want to
If you want to get
everything you need.
black and white, just drunk.
Hold on, Doc
Their
is
economy
dropping
depends
words
on
of
it.
wisdom.
Oh, has he got some pearls there?
All the stuff I've read, it would be impossible.
Speaking of rubbing the pearl.
Virtually impossible for anybody to invade the continental United States.
It'd be impossible to invade the continental United States.
Wouldn't be impossible.
He's right.
It'd be impossible.
But I'd love to see him try.
Well,
All right, back into the show.
They would attempt it, but they have two oceans.
All right, bring me up.
We just blow their ships.
Okay, you're up.
You can see their, you can see them coming.
Well, that's the point. That's why the ocean.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 3713-8255. This hour brought to you by Ideal Home Loans, still doing home loans. By the way, they have an interest rate guarantee, which is very interesting during these times. When rates go down, they'll refinance you free of charge. 303-867-7000, idealhomeloans.com. Hey, today's car day. We haven't had a chance to talk much about cars, but we have had a lot of action on the phones. Now we have open lines. If you want to get right through, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
Hey, Tom, I want to ask the guy something.
Go ahead.
I saw this morning on Fox 31, and I don't know what they were quoting, but something with the automotive industry, that they are down over 35% on employees now. In other words, there's no new techs coming up through the pipeline. I think this is going to start affecting you guys big time.
Is it hard to hire people?
It is already affecting us, 100%.
I don't think people realize that not everyone has to go for a bachelor's degree or a PhD or a master's degree.
Nope.
I mean, a mechanic, a really good mechanic, and okay, it's still hard work, but it's not like it used to be. A lot of the newer cars now are damn high tech and stuff. And I'm telling you, you can make six figures easily as a mechanic.
You can.
No two ways about it.
Yep. Yeah, you specialize in anything. I mean, the transmissions are electronic now. You know, everything. It's just, you get out and you apply yourself and really get some training.
Is it that hard, though? I mean, if some young person came to you with aptitude and attitude, but no actual skill right now because they're not trained, would you train someone up?
I've got one in the ranks right now.
Would you rather they go to school, Kevin? And where do they go to school? People listening right now who might have a young daughter or son that is thinking, you know what, they're not really college material, but they love technology and they love.
I would rather they go and get trained with a shop than go to school. So, yeah, the school a lot of times.
But you wouldn't do that. You don't have the.
No, we do. You know, the right person, like you said.
And if you have an apprenticeship program, are there degrees you get, or are there certifications? What's ASE?
ASE is a series of tests that you take every 5 years to keep accreditation.
And to take the first one, is it ASE in everything, or is it engine, transmission?
Yeah, they're all categorized. So you have brakes or air conditioning, you transmission, so on and so forth.
So the first test you take is whatever you want to.
You take them in any order you want.
You could take one today if you want to. You probably wouldn't pass, but you
don't
can
have
take it
to
today.
you don't have to have a prerequisite.
No.
And what are some of the questions, or is it all practical?
It's very convoluted, some of the questions. I mean,
is it practical, though? Do you get hands-on kind of tests, like do this and do that?
No, it's a written multiple choice.
Is it hard?
Some of it relates, like your air conditioning stuff you got to do. It goes into laws and stuff.
Yeah, it goes into rules,
regs.
Not
just how to do it.
You know, then there's electronics, there's drivability. They'll give you situations. If the car's doing this, you know. You got to know what you're doing to be
You could probably study for it, Tom, and never work on a car and be able to pass these tests if you studied for them.
If you're good at taking tests, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, but that doesn't sound like that would make a good mechanic.
But guys, back to what I was saying, though, a good tech, honestly, I mean, good tech is worth $150,000, $250,000 a year.
You mean gross dollars in?
I mean gross dollars coming into the shop. Actually, way more than that.
Probably, yeah.
It's hard to find them. I mean, the bottom line is it's going to be a big
problem
in the pipeline.
But it's any skill, Mark. It's electricians, it's plumbers, it's mechanics. I mean, the top guys can write their own ticket most of the time.
Here's why it differs, though, Kevin. In your industry, the problem becomes this. When I go to take my car in, and it's going to take a month and a half to get fixed, that disrupts every other industry. So your industry, because people rely on their car to get to work and do other things, is way more important than some of that other stuff.
Okay, so...
You say yes, Mark.
Yeah, yes, Mark, you're absolutely right.
No,
Thank you.
But for training... Are there schools that are worth a damn?
There's you've got Universal Technical Institute. They've got multiple locations around the country. You've got Wyotech.
Wyotech's a decent one.
Yeah. So
here in town?
Wyotech's up in Wyoming.
Wyoming.
Oh, okay. And what about here in town or around?
Lincoln Tech's not bad. Yeah. It's exposure to it. I mean, unfortunately, they sometimes they pump them up a little bit, thinking they're going to come out and make $100,000 walking in the door.
What does someone have to invest after they're in school or while in school, and not for education, but for tools?
100%. I mean, you've got to start depending on where you want to focus.
And do you insist people have their own tools?
Yeah, you got to have something. You got to put some effort into it. You know, some guys go overboard. You see some of these toolboxes the size of a school bus. I mean,
mine.
It's unnecessary.
I have way more tools than skill.
One of the best mechanics I ever had the worst toolbox I've ever seen.
Now, do your techs these days, do they have their own computers to hook up to the cars, or do you guys provide
the shop has scanners,
shop
laptops.
Has that, but a lot of times guys will have their own laptops or whatnot that they keep on their toolbox, so they can access information. I mean, nobody's going to remember everything, and there's a lot of valuable information that's coming off the computer, just like we used to have the time and labor guides and the service manuals.
Hey, okay, thank you. Mike?
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, Toyota announced this week that they were going to be for their EVs, they were going to be using solid-state batteries. What are those?
Are you talking about Toyota?
Yes.
And they say they're going to have 15-minute charges, and they're going to have 900-mile range.
What are these?
I don't know anything about them other than what I read.
What a game changer if it's true, though.
I don't know I thought all batteries are solid state. I don't know of any that have moving parts, or solid state simply means there's nothing moving and it's all integrated. I mean, aren't all batteries solid state, or if I'm wrong? I don't know. I might be talking stupid here when it comes to battery technology, but here's what it says on Google. A solid state battery deploys solid state technology using solid electrodes and okay. Maybe that's different that's what we're talking about then, like liquid and gel and all that. So they're talking about solid, like lithium ion and all that. So the electrolytes, or the what media is not liquid. Is that what it means? I don't know. Does it literally mean solid and not liquid?
That's what I'm reading, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be such a game changer for RVs, airplanes, everything.
Well, most stuff we're using now in aircraft and all that are solid. I mean, right? I mean, solid state battery technology.
No. I'm saying if that thing can power a car for 1,000 miles, there's a good chance of an electric aircraft finally coming.
Okay. Yeah, I never thought of that.
Well, it's also supposed to be non-flammable and non-combustible.
That'd be nice.
Which is a big improvement.
Do you think they're making these announcements to get stock prices up?
I don't know, man. They actually have one. I'm looking at, it's I don't know if it's a Corolla. I don't know what model it is, but it's all camoed up like they do the Corvettes when they release them.
Hey,
and it's driving around, apparently getting 900 miles.
Hey, Mike, by the way, from what we can see here, the solid-state battery technology simply means solid electrolytes or media inside to store the electricity. Isn't that what you're saying? I'm not really... And by the way, solid-state and electronics simply means there's no real moving parts.
Yeah, no relays or switches.
Right.
It's all, yeah.
Well, they're electronic relays, but they're not. There's no moving mechanical stuff. It's solid state, like with a solid state hard drive, as opposed to the old-fashioned hard drives with the spinning platters. But right now, the most advanced solid state that we know of, right? Isn't it lithium ion? I thought, and again, NiCad used to be one, nickel cadmium. They have all different kinds.
Now that I'm really reading into this one article, though, they're saying eventually that kind of range. They're talking about 20% more driving range in 26. I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, I would assume Tesla figures that out.
Yeah, and I don't know what made them come out with that announcement, because it is weird the way they put it.
Does it give any indication as to how much more this tech is going to cost, or is it still user-friendly?
Who knows?
I don't know.
Hey, Robin, what is your comment on auto mechanics?
Well, I have a grandson who graduated from Wyotech in Wyoming about 5 years ago.
Nice.
And now he works for BMW, and last year he worked 8 months. And he cleared $150,000.
Cleared.
I told you.
Cleared.
So he's making 180, 190. This kid.
Sure.
Wow.
Yep.
Not
you know what's
bad.
even more amazing than that?
What, Robin? Finish up.
Yeah, go
and
ahead.
Even better than that, he's buying me a ticket to go watch the Raiders play the Broncos in Vegas.
Well, that's pretty damn cool. Sweet. Very cool. What were you going to say,
You're
Mark?
going to love that stadium.
What
I was going to say to her, a lot of these, he's 5 years out of school. He's making $150,000. If you look at people with business degrees, teaching degrees, other degrees coming out of CU, CSU, virtually any college, MSU, I'm not talking doctors or lawyers, but you look at what they make in their first year compared to their first 10 years, this kid is making more money than they will, most of them, 10 years after graduation, which is insane, man. There's way more money than going to college.
And it's a substantially lower cost for that education.
Yeah, but the only exception, Mark,
they don't have bills.
Is engineering degrees.
Well, I know.
If you get an engineering degree, you got.
I didn't say engineering degrees, Doc.
I know. I'm saying that's the only exception.
I say, what about what about Hunter Biden?
Lawyers, doctors,
Hunter Biden made a crap load out of college, man. What are you talking about?
That's very true. I keep forgetting them.
And anyway, he's no dummy, by the way. He went to Yale Law School and his undergrad at Georgetown.
Yeah, I'm sure he skated right by.
Well, he took a crack at it, but I don't know if he was any good at it.
Well, I mean,
he did take a crack at it.
I think did he graduate from there? Anyway, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Wait, I gotta say this.
Hold on. Okay, now I get it. It went over my head. He took a crack at it. Okay.
Energy drink up.
Hello.
Tom, are you
I was going to point it out.
Okay, sorry. I liked it. That was a good joke. 303-713-8255. You know what? I want to know this. Can a president serve from inside a jail cell? Could he be the president? Could we have the Oval Cell?
He'd pardon himself. It wouldn't even come up.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, there's no fun in that. Okay, we got more coming up.
If you're an engineer, especially software, you can start over 100,000. That's the only exception.
No, that's good. But there's
an engineer. What kind of engineer?
Oh, any kind of engineer these days. Chemical engineers.
Can't say Tom's not quick.
That's
started over 100.
Well, my stepson just graduated.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Was that Jeff?
That's what my stepson just graduated with.
You are up off air.
Sciences.
Did he get a job?
I am up off.
Up and off. And I could use about 10% more audio from you, more volume.
I'm surprised he didn't have offers while he was in school.
Hold on, guys. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. I use them in my retirement planning. And you know what? You should use them. They're sponsors of the show, but I'm saying you should use them because they work. They look at your whole situation, whatever elements you have, like 401ks or IRAs or pensions or just a paycheck, and they help you plan ahead in all income brackets, in all walks of life, to help you have a secure future. You know what? I really like the way they take a comprehensive look at everything and plan ahead for insurances, long-term care, investments, income, everything that will come up in your life, and they base it on your needs and your resources. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, get a free evaluation. They charge modest fees based on what they do for you, but they have way more benefit than the fees, so you end up saving money. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211. Hey, Garage Kings, you know what I love about them? Guaranteed lowest price, guaranteed finish for life, and they do a wonderful job with no money down ever. You just pay when it's done, and you're elated with it. If you're looking for garage floor coatings, maybe a workshop, maybe you have sidewalks, pool decks, even like these concrete porches, that they pour, you can make them look beautiful. A number of different finishes. That's Garage Kings. I'm going to give you a number. Guaranteed for life, 720-252-0370, 720-252-0370.
Yeah, and not to mention he graduated magna cum laude.
Oh, he's golden. Yeah. Tom, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to quote from the Bible.
Magna does come loud and
Can I quote from the Bible?
Oh, this will be good. This will be good.
What, a good
call?
call?
Woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man. Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. All that do so are an abomination unto God.
Yeah.
So the Bible is against...
What book is that?
You tell him, Doc.
I know
which version.
What? It's from...
Leviticus?
It doesn't say.
Here's what I really... I don't recall that exactly. But Pat, I do know. Go ahead, Liz.
No, I'm just saying it's amazing.
Some of the words. I'm going to put it in.
I'm just saying that was it.
I know, but give it to me so I can write.
Just read it again.
The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man.
The woman shall not wear...
Unto a man.
What?
Okay.
Not unto a man. So a woman should not wear what? Boxers? What are we talking about, Doc? Should not wear a suit like Hillary? Should not wear what?
Let's take this gray one. But this one here, let's take this. Shall not wear that which pertains to a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do are an abomination unto the Lord.
Well, why do you think Doc even? Where did that come from? What the fuck's he talking about?
I'm definitely not listening to him. What's going on?
He's quoting the Bible. I have no idea why he's quoting the
Something's
Bible.
happened. I thought he was an atheist.
He is an atheist.
That's one thing I'm not.
Well, you know, they all flip in the end.
Fighting so hard for,
I'll tell you what.
You know, the transgender.
I can talk my way out of shit.
That part I don't understand. I mean, you want to go do. I'm not a big judgment person. You
I'm
wanna
not
do
at all.
Whatever you want to do, go do it. But I mean, you're
I always
taking
like
from somebody else.
I don't even like, for example, if someone said tongue, this scripture says that. What do you think? And I say, I swear to God, I say this all the time. It's not my job. It truly is not my job. It's not my job. I mean, and it doesn't hurt or bother me. I don't care.
But you can have an opinion.
Well, no, actually,
I don't need to share it with everybody.
I don't. Actually, I don't.
You don't have an opinion on what, girls?
I don't have an opinion on transgender except when it's a competing sport.
Right. No, I agree with you.
Well, there's a problem with the May 12th recording. We're going to scrap
Are
it.
you kidding me?
No.
What is it?
Oh, is that I fixed the...
Okay, let me ask this. Let's say you had a...
What's the problem with it,
somebody
Shannon?
walking through
Never
the,
mind.
studio
Okay,
I
good.
picked the wrong day.
and
That's
you
the
address
problem.
somebody by the wrong pronouns.
I think I got June
iHeartRadio comes down
12th instead of May 12th.
It'd be funny if you picked a day that we ran a best of. Ah! If you picked a best of for the best of.
They want to be she, and you say,
So sweet.
good morning, sir, or good morning.
Kelly is talking again constantly. I mean,
Yeah.
right now.
Thank you, Chef.
No, I was trying to talk to him.
I mean, and it was their fucking policy and said you did it.
I can get rid of her if you want, Shannon.
No.
You say it. You just give me the word.
No.
If someone wants to be called
You would just.
No, we got
call them asshole.
We got to keep Kelly off the pole.
Only if you have the right license plate.
Takes a village.
I mean, just call them, hey, you. I mean, you don't even have to, like you said.
Kelly, what kind of pizza did they get?
Pepperoni, double sauce, double cheese, and a small with jalapenos, pepperoni, and Canadian bacon, and double cheese.
Give me a fucking double cheese break. How much were the two pizzas? No, one pizza and a small pizza. I'm going to guess, what brand is it? Tony's like usual?
Yep.
Anthony's? I'm going to guess $70.
It's about 84, including tip.
Fucking two pizzas. What
Yep.
card did they say to put it on?
Oh, Jeff bought it.
Oh, fuck it, then who cares?
But when you want to compete with a
$84 for a large and small pizza.
And what about
84 fucking dollars. You know how many Tony's fucking pizzas I can buy for that?
No, it's not.
84.
It's
You mean the ones in the supermarket?
He thinks she's a woman, then he, yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Frank's got an engine problem. Frank, what's going on with your 2017 Mitsubishi?
When I put it in park and if I idle for 15, 20 minutes, the engine will start smoking when I get ready to take off.
Wait. If it idles, it starts smoking immediately, or it stops smoking after a while?
It will stop smoking after a while, but it will smoke only if it's in idle for 15 or 20 minutes, and then if I go into the post office and I come back in 15 minutes and I leave the car running and I put it up and get back and drive or start smoking when I take off.
How many miles are on it?
130,000.
Well, okay, so when a car under load starts smoking, or isn't that something with rings or not?
Typically rings or valve stem seals or something, valve guides. But it's just the oil's just loading up. It's smoking at higher RPM too, but he's just not seeing it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's clearing it out, and then the other smoke and oil is just burning as normal. So he's starting to burn oil.
Yeah, so your engine is starting to go as it should at 130. I mean, it won't go like necessarily in a second or two, but what you're doing is you are wearing your cylinders are worn, your pistons, your rings probably, your guides.
Yeah.
It could be anything.
It's a little premature, but it's what's happening.
Are you using oil, sir?
No, not.
So when you check your oil, it's never down?
When I check the oil, I got a little bill for about.
I can't hear you, Frank. Go ahead, try again.
When I check the oil, and if I let it go for 2 or 3 months, it would be about half a quart low.
Yeah,
That's
it's
not
starting
bad.
to burn a little oil. Yeah.
Well, you know, how's the drivability?
The car runs good.
Don't let it idle too long.
What's that?
Don't let it idle.
Is it only?
Yeah, just shut it off.
So if you go out in the morning when it's cold and start it up, as soon as you start it up, does it smoke?
No. But in the mornings, I only leave the car running for about maybe 5 minutes, and then I take off. But don't smoke. Only does if you let it go for 15 or 20 minutes. And then it'll start smoking when I take off.
You know, that's odd because isn't it usually the opposite? The more it warms up, the less it smokes. Isn't that usually?
Typically, yes.
Yeah, that's what's weird about this. But I think what he's seeing is it's under load. I think that's what.
Yeah, and he can check other things in there, like PCV and other things. Could be starting to plug up, you know, and it's pushing a little bit back through. So check your PVC and
the
filters.
17? Yeah, they would have a computer, wouldn't they?
Sure.
But do computers show when an engine is just wearing out?
No.
No, it doesn't throw an error code.
Not
if
minor
you're
stuff
using
in a
oil.
motor. No.
Josh, what's happening with you? Hello, Josh.
How are you guys?
Good, man. What's going on with your ignition? It's a 2006 Jeep Liberty.
Yep, that's right. I'm actually helping my nephew get his car back going, but it just clicks fast. When I go to turn the ignition, the key to the start position.
Right. You hear click, 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 right?
Yeah. And I tore off starter.
Isn't that the relay?
It sounds like a battery voltage problem.
Yeah, so the relay's not engaging. It's just going.
Well, it doesn't have enough voltage in order to keep it engaged. So it sounds like a weak battery.
Yeah.
I got a new battery in it because I thought the same thing, and everything tests good on the battery.
What about ground?
Yeah, exactly. That's the next place I was just going to go. Start checking your grounds.
See, if batteries are good, you still could have a lack of current because of a bad ground somewhere. Or
all right, well,
just dirty ground.
Just a bad connection, even on the positive side.
And you can check that by going directly, if you know what you're doing, from the negative to your battery. I mean, to your starter.
Yeah.
Or the backyard way, just bypass everything with a battery and jumper cables right to your starter.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't say it properly, but that's what I mean. Just bypass everything and go direct.
All right, I'll give that a try.
But try it. Try your grounds. And is there really a test for? Is there a test for ground? I mean, what
resistance? Yeah, ohms testing.
Okay, I guess you could.
Sure.
And to the body or to the frame, to the battery, and then to that.
Sure, you're checking for voltage drop and ohm resistance across circuits. You isolate a circuit and check it.
Can you do a continuity check? Can you disconnect the?
You can have continuity and still have resistance, though.
Oh, so if you disconnected the negative battery terminal, and you took the terminal, and you did a continuity check between that and the frame, or that and the starter, it may not tell you the truth because you could have continuity, but it's jamming up somewhere.
We just had one. It was a connection problem at the computer, and it actually burned a wire in that circuit from resistance, but checking it
showed continuity. And for those listening, continuity just means there's no break in the wire anywhere, or it's not loose. It's going all the way through. Well, actually, it could be loose, and you still get continuity.
But this had over an ohm's resistance throughout that circuit. It was totally by the connection.
So what causes resistance in an electrical system?
A lot of times it's corrosion, rust, the mag chloride and the salt brine that they're putting on the grounds just tears them up.
Yep.
You know, and your car is this big static electric battery driving down the road. It's producing electricity just driving. So you'd have to be able to complete those circuits. When you start losing ground, it can start affecting other components on the vehicle. We get inside the transmissions what's called electrolysis. When it cannot find a good path to ground, it'll go through that sexy little fast-moving thing underneath there and start pushing that electricity electricity through, and it'll actually start arcing and tearing out bushings and damaging the transmission internally.
Wow. 303-713-8255.
Drivers can expect what I would call a normal drive through Essex Denver Metro for these late morning hours into downtown. I-25 southbound, we're seeing those normal slowdowns between I-70 and Spear Boulevard, speeds of 30s and 40s. Northeast of there to Commerce City, IP-70 westbound. No.
Did I take Josh already? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
That was
Josh is the one with the
the starter, yeah.
No spots? I'm not looking at this sheet.
You know, I was watching something, I think it was on YouTube, I'll tell you in a second, that showed me this country is in a world of fucking hurt. Car Day, as you know, and I talked about Century RV for good reason. Century RV perhaps has some of the best deals in the western U.S. People come from all over to get the deals at CenturyRV.com. And it's just north of Denver. It's in our backyard. So take advantage of it. If you're looking for an RV, new or used, or you have one to trade, go up to Century RV, exit 240 and I-25, right on the frontage road along the east side, right there, just south of that intersection. That's CenturyRV.com, 303-453-1111. Sorry. I think it was the President Carter Library opening, and Reagan was speaking there. So complimentary of Carter. Carter was so complimentary of Reagan, talking about how they, even though there were disagreements, they all wanted the betterment of the country. Then there was another one about Bush and Clinton. They got along really well, and they got to be friends. And he beat them, right? But the point is, they had civility. I mean, they disagreed on almost everything, but they didn't call each other fucking criminals and scumbags. And it all changed. And really, it all changed. I mean, it didn't even happen with Obama. People, when Obama got elected, there weren't people upset. I mean, they were, but they accepted him as president.
Yeah.
I so disagree.
Well, Bush
with
and
what
Obama's
saying.
wife were great friends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
It all started with Trump. And
Oh, God. People, he's forgetting the 2000 election, man. That fucking Gore. Get the fuck out of here. Come on, Tom.
You said that about Obama.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
Did they say
Heck
Oh, yeah. You know, the guys who were in the KKK and the Freedom
Tea
Fighters.
Party. And
Yeah.
I think it started a little bit with Obama.
It's just been
No,
growing.
the Tea Party didn't say anything about Obama not being legitimate. It was
Not
the
being
right.
No, but they're not my president. They definitely said that.
Did they?
Hell yeah.
I thought it was
I don't
the
remember.
right wing.
I don't
They didn't even think he was born here.
There was definitely diversity, though, with Obama. He definitely separated people into, you know, unlike other presidents did. But Clinton understood what it was to get things done, and that's why he was able to, you know, get things done.
Okay, the day after the election of President Trump, protesters hit the street across the country. Not my president. Not my president's day. Not now.
I'll tell you what's on those pizzas case about.
I don't see any mention.
Extra, extra, extra pepperoni, extra, 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 extra sausage, and then some other shit. Extra cheese. Extra, extra cheese. Hey, Kevin. Yeah, I know. I'm just fucking around. Hey, Kevin, move your bald head. Hey, Doc, suck it up.
No, I believe it. That term, yeah.
Doc, hit the talk button right now. Hit the talk button.
They used to gather in the streets and have screaming sessions. You know?
All right, I think I got my fucking camera. Okay, guys, talk.
I just filled out two forms the other day. Both of them said sex assigned at birth.
Mm-hmm.
They
Oh, God,
changed
he
it
never
to,
stops with this shit.
What used to be male or female, now it's what your sex was
Well,
at birth.
I swear to God, a doc brings this
not-
up
even if I
every
identify as a
fucking
woman,
day.
No,
I was assigned male.
No, I think it's
Yeah.
very clever.
Yeah.
Don't they call that cisgender?
Cis.
Cisgender.
Right, you're
It
a
drives
cis-
him crazy. On his gravestone, I might put Mrs. Doc.
It came from chemistry, because
But
your,
honestly,
your
do you
two
think
hands,
different people when they sign the bottom of the letter with their pronouns?
your two hands are cis and
I've
trans.
never seen it.
I'm in the middle of, something, one of the cities, and the person who sends the correspondence back and forth for pronouns are on.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Bruce has a starter issue. Whatever issues you have, it doesn't have to be for cars, but if you have a car issue, give us a call. Car question, complaint, or any consumer problem question, complaint. Hey, man, what's going on, Bruce?
Every time I really fill up my car with gas, I get back in it, and I try to start it up, and it dies. And after about 4 or 5 attempts, then it'll work fine.
Now, wait a minute. When you get, this is only when you fill up with gas.
Correct. Only if I up with gas.
Do you top off, or do you stop when the pump stops?
Yeah, generally I stop filling gas after the pump automatically clicks off.
What kind of car is
I
this?
don't try to squeeze in a few more ounces.
Yep. What kind of car?
It is a 2005 6-cylinder Hyundai Oki Sonata.
So,
excellent car too.
Sure.
It fills up with gas, and then he starts it. And so, what would happen? What would change that he's filled up with gas? Now, it doesn't happen after that, like when you drive home at the next day.
Nope. Nope.
What is he doing when he fills up with gas?
Something in the evap system is the fumes or fuel or something's going what doesn't belong. It's the only thing it can be.
Can he have that? Can that vent tube be blocked?
Something's blocked. Yeah, I would try just an experiment before you next time you get gas.
This guy
the
over
gas
here,
cap off and
look
see
through
if
the
it
window
starts
over
by
here,
itself
but don't
normally
do it kind of undercover.
Good idea.
And that would
just
he's dancing like a maniac.
With the gas cap off, what would that tell you?
That it's able to
No,
vent
he might have
itself
saw me
through the
looking.
gas cap where it couldn't vent before.
So there, why is a vent necessary for gas? Because it won't flow without vent.
He might be.
Yeah,
he might
it's
stop
kinda
now
like
because he
pouring,
saw me
I know.
water out of a jug, and then you
it's
stuff
like
a
a
hole
really
in the
old
bottom.
guy.
I get it.
When I say
So,
it was the
is
weirdest
that
looking
vent
dancing ever.
That's off the neck.
This show's so boring
There's
today.
a couple on there, but yes, very important. That would keep it from filling.
So
So,
that-
keeping it from starting, something else is staying open and fuel's getting in there.
Did you see what I was doing on YouTube?
Okay.
He's getting fuel where it doesn't belong.
They fucking loved it.
Oh, sorry, he hung up. 303
Shannon had
713
me
talk 713
not going out over the
8255.
air, but during the show,
Gabe,
so
go
I was
ahead. What's going on
commenting
with you, Gabe?
Tom and the
Hey, Mr.
call,
Tom. Hey,
like I was on air, but I wasn't.
If I try to listen, I'm hearing you, then I hear you again 10 seconds later.
2006, and it has original 43,000 miles on it. How would I see if that's original miles that hasn't been rode back or salvaged?
Well,
Carfax?
Carfax is one way, and the odometer statements submitted with each title transfer. I mean, both of those give a record. Mechanically, is there anything you can look at, guys? Is that an
electric? General conditions of certain parts, yeah, like the pedals. The pedals are all worn out.
I mean,
you know, things like that, simple things.
How many miles does it say it has?
43,000.
43,000.
What you want to do for dinner tonight?
I always just do the math as well.
Tomorrow we'll
I mean,
probably
if you
eat
take
out.
the age of the car, right?
What do we have?
Say
Chicken
06,
and what
right?
else?
So just do the math. So if you're looking at 20, damn near 2024,
4,000 or 5,000 a year.
20, then you minus 2006, you're looking at 18 years and 4,300 miles or 43,000.
Yeah, 43,000.
So 43,000 divided by 18.
What's that?
So 2,300 miles a year does not sound accurate
Had
to
me
me.
buy
I
ribs
mean,
at Sam's
who
Club.
owned it, for God's sakes? 2,300 miles or 2,400, let's say. 2,400 miles a year. Come on. I mean, 2,400 miles a year. Do the math on 2,400 miles. That's 200. Isn't that 200 a month? 200 miles a month?
Well, if you get a pre-inspection and you take it into somebody like Kevin or myself, we're going to be able to look at that car and say, yeah, that doesn't fit.
Sure. There's
now
certain
that
things
could have
just
been.
show up.
That could be 100.
No, it should be a million miles.
Oh shit! It's got a 6-digit.
Oh, okay.
But he's a good idea with the Carfax because it will show inconsistencies over the years.
Okay. All right, because I got to go check it out tomorrow, and it sounds too good, and they want 16,000 for it.
Well, I'd start with the Carfax first before you make the trip.
I see what I got, guys. I forgot to bring my volume. Hold on, I'll correct it. My bad.
Get it checked by a mechanic.
Checked.
Get these get the pre-buy checks.
I've only done that 10 times.
Before you buy it. 303-713-TALK. Hey, Chris, what's going on, man?
Mr. Martino, car question. I'm pretty sure I know the issue, but I wanted to get the guy's opinion just on an estimate, just on a range I should expect. I'm pretty sure my blower circuit motor went out. I'm having to disconnect
what kind of motor? What kind of went out? What was it?
Sorry, the blower circuit motor. So it's the AC fan just runs.
Yeah, blower motor.
Sure.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Even after I turn it off, so it just keeps draining the battery. So at a certain point, every time I just park the car, I just disconnect the battery, and then when I need to drive it again, I just throw it back in. But that was causing a whole host of issues because I was doing really, really rough idles and start. So I'm pretty sure I was causing some damage to the engine by doing that with the timing. Every time I disconnected the battery like that. Anyway, I got a couple.
Well, I don't know why that would mess with timing at all.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's just it would just kind of rumble, and then it would stall. And then usually I would disconnect the battery again, and then reconnect the battery.
Guys, what was that? What? Tell me what he was doing when he was disconnecting the battery. Maybe the computer?
But yeah, I mean, you're resetting everything. You can get voltage spikes.
But what do you think the problem is to begin with? He has a 2014 Volvo S60.
It could be in a switch or a relay or anything. It needs to be checked. If the blower motor's staying on, there's a circuit obviously staying open.
Right.
But anywhere from the climate control down.
Go ahead.
Right. I was given a quote around 670. I didn't know if that was.
It's most of that's not bad because think about the labor involved.
7 hours of labor to put one in there.
Yeah.
And if you go off of an OE blower motor, I'm looking at a list price of $498.89.
I don't even know how they could do it for that price.
Yeah.
Here's what I would be, suspect, because sometimes when they know it's not what they say and they give a low price, it's because they're doing something else cheaper and easier. I don't know. I would get a second opinion.
And I do something before you got to stop disconnecting your battery.
Yeah, you can't.
That's not good for the electronics.
You can't do that every time. That sounds weird. $600 sounded cheap.
Mm-hmm.
For what though? He's not even saying. He's
saying
the blower motor circuit.
The blower motor's staying on.
I think they're going to replace the blower motor.
Yeah, unless that blower motor is somehow created
So it's
its own
always
constant
on,
source.
and even when his switch is off, I mean.
Yeah.
It doesn't make
It goes
sense.
through the body control
It's staying
module,
hot.
It's got a climate module. There's a lot there.
It's cross-shorted someplace. Mike can't turn his car off. He's real fun with the green crowd. You gonna let that idle all day? Yep. Ain't got much choice.
That's an ignition switch.
That sounds like it.
You know, I've messed with a lot of probes over my time. The EGT, exhaust gas temp probe. So I happened to install one the other day, and I didn't realize, because I didn't realize there's a positive and negative to it. So I started getting on the computer, glass cockpit, I get a negative reading, and then it goes to nothing because it was so low it went out. And I thought, fuck. There was only two ways to hook it up, and I just and then I looked at it and I saw there was a positive and negative. I didn't know probes had positives and negatives, but it has to because it creates mini voltage, right?
Depending on the probe, yeah.
It's the old mini voltage. Hey, Shannon.
But I didn't realize they were positive and negative.
Or Kelly.
I thought they were resistance, but they're not. They're voltage.
Oh, I need to tell Kevin something.
Yeah, there's some that are resistant.
Can you tell him to put his headphones on?
Sensors that are into are into
Put your headphones on.
Put your headphones on. There you go. There.
Hey, Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin. Oh, he's got to go offline.
I got it. What's up, Mark?
Hey, dude, I bought that little Pit Boss portable. It's badass,
I
man.
knew you would.
It is fucking so cool. It heats up. You can get up to like 500 and grill on it. It cleans up quick. Barely takes any power. It's fucking cool, man. It's worth buying.
Well, how big is it? What can you put on there?
Oh, yeah. You know what, though? I'm forgetting on the front. You can put 2 racks of ribs on easy.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
And Suzanne's still talking to you even though you bought it?
Yes, of course.
Okay, good. Yeah.
No, we used it last night. I'll cook probably brats on it tonight. It's a great grill.
Oh, you're using it at the house, too?
No, we're out, man.
You're out. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're up in the mountains.
That's good to know. Because that wasn't that much money either, was it?
Nah, I bought it. They had them in stock at Walmart, $230.
Wow.
Yep.
I might just grab one for the shop so we can cook lunch.
Oh, that's a good idea, too, man.
You know, we'll take
and
up a lot
there's
of
really
space.
not... I'm telling you, it cleans up nice. That's really the cool part.
Very cool.
All right, now bye.
Bye.
Yeah, that sucked, that whole handle deal.
my son and I have a tradition. We always play golf and then watch the end of the U.S. Open. So this weekend, one of my friends got us a tea time at the Sanctuary.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This is a weird one, Mike. You can't turn your car off. What the heck does that mean? Mike?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Tom.
Hey, man, what does it mean you literally cannot turn your car off?
Nope. I went to put some gas in and turned it off and pushed to start. The push will not turn off. It just ran. Took it back home, and now I can't get it turned off. Any
so wait, it literally just idles, and you try to push the starter to turn it off, and it will not turn off.
Correct.
And does it require a key, right?
That's a fob. You push to start. Put your brake on, push it, start it, turn it off.
Okay.
What kind of car?
2015 Nissan Pathfinder.
I just never heard of something not turning off. That button is obviously defective.
Yeah, there's something there in the ignition.
That button is supposed to signal. It's not a mechanical switch, but it's supposed to signal an off. And what it's probably doing is it's not switching over to the run mode. That switch still thinks the car is off, right? That's what I think, Kevin.
It's just, but his whole thing is, what should he do? Because he's got a car sitting there running on a Friday afternoon. Yeah.
There's no way, if you disconnect the battery, that won't do anything.
No, probably not.
Nope, I did that, and it still runs.
Yeah. How do you stop a car?
Well, I mean, you're going to have to go in and either, find the fuse for the fuel pump, or something like that, and remove fuel or spark from it to shut it off. But the ignition's still going to be open. Then you can disconnect the battery.
Or disconnect the mass airflow sensor. That'd be a quick one.
Why? That would turn it
on?
It'll
shut it down.
A lot of times it will. It can't measure air, it won't run. But anything like that. If you can identify the fuel pump,
why not just drive to a shop real quick and somewhere you trust? Where are you?
I'm in North Denver.
Okay, where?
Like 38th and Federal.
Kevin's over on Colfax, west of Wadsworth, and those guys could probably. They do electrical work too. What is your guess that the ignition switch?
There's something in that switch. It's a kill switch, ignition switch. Yeah, there's something in there that's not right.
So that button that you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I try to change out the fob battery. Nothing.
So right now, as we speak, it's running.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you can't have that.
Yeah. No, get in there and find the fuel pump fuse, and then you can make a decision over the weekend where to take it. But that'll at least get you shut down.
Then what do you do? Put it back in to start it up?
Put it back in to start it. Disconnect the battery. I'd leave it disconnected, overnight or something. Come back.
So fuel pumps it'll start. It may not start if that button's not reacting. It may not react to a start either.
It may not when you come back. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, you think it's just broke it both ways?
It may be. Yeah.
There was a recall on it. They fixed it last year.
What was the recall about?
The push to start.
Really? I wonder what it was. That's odd. Normally, the way that works is it's a toggle. So when you press it, it starts it. Then it goes into a run mode. So the next time you press it, it kills it. And it could be as simple as the switch, or it could be that the little computer ignition module is not recognizing that the car is running. And if you do, though, no matter what, you either drive it there now, or if you turn it off and you can't start it, you're going to have it towed.
Yeah.
But are your guys the type that can look at it right away if he drove in with that problem, or not?
No, something like that they'd need. It's a drop-off. We're usually a day or two behind on most electrical things right now.
Okay. Yeah, so you're going to lose the use of the car, but you might want to try doing what Kevin said, and that is finding the fuse for the fuel pump. Now, all of the rest of you, stay on. We will get to all of you. It's a busy car day at 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. More coming right up, I promise.
Shannon.
So,
how's that
very
day coming?
Fucking interesting.
Okay. Just. Yeah, well, I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 each hour. I don't care how you do. You can cut it up however you want. And you're pulling out. Did you grab it from the podcast or the logger? But are you pulling out the podcast spots? Okay. Yeah, just text me there and I'll send it over to KRDO and send it to JoJo as well. And let me talk to Tom real quick.
He can hear you go.
Thomas, we're going to cut out and go downtown if you're good.
Downtown where?
Breckenridge.
How's it going?
It's going real good, man. I'll tell you what, I did a dumb error. I almost replaced my water pump for the second time in a year.
What happened?
Well, I didn't have any fucking water in the tank. So it was spurting. I'm going, holy shit, it's sucking air again. So I only keep like 20% water in the tank, you know?
Yeah.
Just purely for weight and driving and shit.
Yeah.
But, so I didn't have, it's 20% off. It was fucking empty. That was the bottom line. If I put the new one in and it was doing the same thing, I would have fucking strangled myself. But at the last minute, I decided to actually look at the tank, and sure enough, it was empty.
But
So I just got to recalibrate it.
Don't you keep the hose hooked up when you're in the
That's fine, yeah.
when you're
Oh yeah, yeah, and correct, and it does its own pressure. But when we're driving up and you need to make coffee or use the restroom or something, that's when you turn the pump on, and all of a sudden it's sucking air. But I was showing 20% water, meaning, you know, fucking 30, 40 gallons of water.
I got it.
And I'm going, oh shit. So when we got up here, I didn't hook the hose. Well, I had the hose hooked up, but I kept it off. And sure enough, it was just pushing air through. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. But it was all because that was off. But anyhow, we're out of here. Have a good rest of the show later, guys.
That's one way to know.
Kelly, you're going to have to kill everything after the show.
Yeah.
I hope you're hearing me. Don't forget to kill Connection 5 from Lucy.
Okay.
Later.
What are you driving?
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. Hi, Donna. What can I do for you?
You're leaving?
Sir?
Hey, has Mike been out for surgery?
Yeah, back surgery yesterday.
How did he do?
Fine. Yeah, in and out procedure. He wasn't even there for a whole.
Okay.
But 6 hours or so. Yeah. A little.
Was okay. Is this the Great Western Buildings?
The whole PGA
and addictomy?
What I can do is I can put you on hold, and I don't have any control over how long it will be. So I just ask that you be patient, and then you can talk to Tom about it, okay?
And I think the guys who signed up.
I would love one if I could. Thank you.
Okay, again, I don't have any control of when they go to callers. Okay.
I wonder if he got to fill out that survey they were talking
Oh yeah.
Right.
Play golf and live in country clubs your whole life, and then you want me to
Okay, hang on
The
for
only
me,
ones I
and they will be
respect
with
are
you as soon as possible,
I
okay?
think Tiger and Rory did a good job. They offered Tiger $800 million.
Whatever. He's worth $1 billion. He didn't need the money. I don't know if.
Well, I don't know if it's a question of not needing money, I really think that he stuck to his principles. And Rory did the same, and a lot of them just said, look, you know, the tour has given us what we need. You're right. We play golf for a living, we make a shitload of money, and we don't need
Where's
the
who?
LIV.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were dragging.
That's
Sorry.
funny.
I'm like way behind.
Then
No,
you have
I
guys like,
just a sec.
I could have sworn I saw him.
Well, if somebody were to come
So,
up to you and offer you at the end of your career, or towards the end of your career, more than you've made your entire life to come and do the same thing you're doing with them.
yeah. I'm trying to...
Like Kepka and...
well,
who's the other?
Kepka's still in his prime.
Yeah, but, I mean, who's the other guy?
I know who you're talking about.
Who walks really slow, deliberate, bigger guy.
Dustin Johnson was
Yeah,
one.
Dustin Johnson. Yeah. So, I mean, he's kind of getting towards,
yeah.
you know, and he's made $50 million in his career, and they offer him $80 to come play. How do you not?
I agree.
You know.
Gone Girl.
But then, do your friends have the right to judge you for what you did? I mean,
of course they do.
Like you're some sort of...
Anybody can judge you for anything.
Yeah, they have right to their opinion. It didn't mean anything.
I judge you for your pronouns.
That's true. It's like when the professional athletes go on strike and stuff. They're supposed to not cross the picket line.
Well, it used to be crossing a picket line.
Where did Tom go?
I
feel bad when I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have faith.
Tom was sitting there asking me about, what car are they towing? Did they take scooters? Tom, I'm here. I'm not with Mark and Susan.
Whose fault is that?
Sure. And when that window is done fading, you can kill it. Okay.
Pizza Dragon.
Pizza. Pizza, pizza. Shit. Hey, I mutilated too, man. I lost 150 pounds by cutting out the carbs.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. WaterPros.net can get you a whole house system for water softening under $2,000 fully installed. If you want to get forever chemicals out of your water for bathing and showers, you can do that for $1,200 for the whole house, or all the drinking water you want at the kitchen sink under $1,000. The best systems at the lowest prices. PaulTheWaterman.com. Welcome. Now, Debbie's got a comment on a call we took just before the hour ended. A guy said he has a push-button car, can't turn it off. He went to get gas and tried to turn the car off. When he pressed a button, it wouldn't turn off. He doesn't know what to do. He took it home, and now it's sitting there idling. Go ahead, Debbie.
No.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, we can. What's happening?
Okay, my daughter had a Honda Odyssey, and it did exactly the same thing.
Wow.
And they told her, take the key out of the key fob. There is a key in the fob. Take it out, and then pop off that little button that says Start Engine, and put the key into, it's just like a key slot, like old-fashioned key slot, kind of. And just you can turn it off that way. And that's what she did.
I hope he's listening. You know what? I know that I had a Mercedes once that did the same exact thing. The button pulled off, that little button. In fact,
actually,
when you get the car, they even give you an extra button. It's just a round plastic button that fits in there, and it's either a push, and it's weird, but that makes a lot of sense, Debbie. So she's saying if you take the key out of the key fob, what they call sometimes a valet key. And that key can also lock the glove box and different things. You can use that key in order to turn it off when you pop that button. Interesting. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, let's talk to Brian. Brian, welcome. You're next. What's going on, Brian?
Hey, Brian. Tom. Hey,
yeah.
So I've got a '96 Subaru, and we had it taken in. When we bought it, it was leaking oil. We boued it for $1,500. So no big deal there. We knew it was leaking.
$1,500. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Not bad.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's got 140,000 on it. It's leaking from everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
We took it in to see how much it would cost, and they said that we'll have to just replace all of the seals, including the rear main. For $3,600, I'm just wondering, with the car market right now, is it worth doing that?
How many miles did you say?
It's got like 145.
Okay, and it's going to cost you $3,500 to do all the seals?
That's probably including head gaskets, everything.
You're talking about the head gasket, right?
Head gaskets, oil pan, valve, everything.
And is there anything they can do when they do the head gasket that might, since he's going that far, is there anything he can do when that's off? No.
Not really. No.
Okay, so what would you do? Would you spend $3,500?
We do probably one of those a week because people just love their Subarus.
You mean where you change all the seals?
Extremely common.
Wow.
Yeah, we call it the Subaru 100,000-mile tune-up.
Because
it's just the gaskets deteriorate in 100,000 miles. That's part of their
Mark
problem.
Now, is there a timing chain or belt?
There's a belt, and you do that while you're there.
So you're going to have that done too, right?
All the seals, yeah, the whole shoe.
Is that going to include your timing belt, Brian?
Yeah, that would include everything.
You could have a lot of life on that engine, couldn't you, after that? I would do some checking before I spent the money, like compression and all of that.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Verify compression before you do it. Yes.
If you don't have good compression and you're looking at rebuilding, then you're not going to want to do it now. You're going to want to do either the whole thing or forget it.
We're trying.
Right.
So, but otherwise, if the compression works out and stuff, Kevin says they do it all the time. People love their Subarus.
Yep.
What about the transmission, Jeff, on that, a 96? Will he be looking at that soon?
Well, is it an automatic or a stick?
Well, which one is it? Let's see, Brian. Is it automatic or stick?
It's an automatic.
Automatic. Those Subarus with the 4-speed automatics were pretty tough. I mean, usually around 170, 180,000.
Please stop yelling at me.
So you got some life left there.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, bye.
John's got a question on wiring on a 2006 Dodge Ram. Go ahead, John. What's happening?
Hello.
Hey.
Hang up on him.
Yeah, I've got a 06 Dodge pickup. I keep burning the left rear turn signal bulb.
No, she was.
And there's like a light bar in the tail light that has the 3 bulbs in it, and I can change that in about 10 minutes.
Yes.
And that thing is not the problem, I don't believe. There's something in the wiring.
The next one, and I will give it to her.
I cannot find anyone to look at it for.
How often does it happen?
It might go a day.
When they start
it might go 3 or 4, but it's not long.
And it's always the right one.
When you're not
left
understanding.
Oh, the left one, the left rear.
Left rear, yeah.
Yep. It's a common problem to have a weak or corroded ground wire in that circuit. That'll cause resistance, then it'll cause the bulb to pop.
Can you guys track that down?
Yeah.
The sockets themselves can also wear out. That'll cause arcing, and that will cause them to burn.
Her husband called in a few weeks
I wouldn't spend money on that until I have it looked at. Now
I'd put sockets on it. I mean, that age of a truck, I'd change out sockets, yeah.
That light, are you talking about in the tail light?
Yep.
I've done that 3 or 4 times. I can change one of them in about 10 minutes now.
So you changed the whole socket and the bulbs?
Yes.
Yep.
And it still happens. So
find the ground.
And that ground would be doing what? Arcing?
Well, there'd be corrosion, probably because it's a body ground. So it's metals and dirt and mud and stuff.
Which
Take it
would
off.
Cause what?
Resistance in that circuit, and then that resistance equals heat. Yes.
Okay. Would I start from the tail light and work forward?
Well, or you can just Google, or get on the computer. You can probably find a wiring diagram. It'll show you where the ground is for that circuit.
Oh, all right.
then I would find that, take it all apart, scrape it, wire brush it, shine it up real good, and put it back together and check it.
Make sure the wire itself is good too, going from the from where it goes, and so not just the ground itself, but the wire and the connector and all of that. Bad grounds, boy, they're hard because they don't necessarily show up in codes, or they don't show up as an apparent problem.
And it shows up in strange ways. Yeah, the bad ground.
And a lot of time it's intermittent.
Well, especially after we get them from a body shop and nobody knows that they had the ground off.
Yep, 303-713-TALK. Ira, hi, I'm Tom Martino with Kevin and Jeff. Go ahead. Ira?
Hi.
Hey.
How are you, Tom?
Good, man. What's happening?
I've got a question.
Yeah.
2000. I got a customer that's got a 2007 Acura RSX with a turbo. She's very meticulous about her maintenance on her car, so it's very sound mechanically. She's recently spent over $2,000 to have the turbo serviced, so the car's in mechanically really great shape. My question is, what are the pros or cons of having a car with a turbo? I've never had a car with a turbo, so I'm just looking for some feedback.
How many miles on it?
About 148,000.
And when you say it was serviced, what did they do?
I don't know. She just said she spent over $2,000 to have that.
More likely replaced.
Sounds like a rebuilt or replaced.
Yeah, but she's, like I said, she's real meticulous about her service on her
Okay,
car,
guys,
so.
on a true turbo, what do you think? I mean, I've heard on smaller engines, a turbo will shorten the life of an engine. Yes or no?
If you're over boosted, that's a possibility, but typically that engine's built for a turbo.
And especially at this altitude, you're not going to have too much over boost.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is I mean, you're pumping in more air. The more air you can get in there and oxidize that fuel, the more efficiency you're going to get out of it. So you get more power, you get better fuel economy. So that's your answer as to what's the benefit of a turbo.
And I think the engine's actually running easier because it's not working as hard.
So you like turbos?
For the right person in the right car, yes.
As long as it's not over boosted, which is hard to do at this altitude. But what you want is to make sure it's serviced. You did that. How often do turbos have to be rebuilt, do you think?
Oh, a lot of that depends on the driver. So you got a 17-year-old kid in there that's racing stop to stop and probably blasting the lights. It's going to last a lot less than your average Joe who treats that truck the way it was supposed to.
Any other questions, Ira?
No, because my mechanic said he's not a fan of turbos, so I was just wondering.
Well, I don't even know what that means. I mean, I guess he's looking at it as unnatural, so to speak, when really at this altitude it's really turbo normalized more than it is turbocharged at this altitude. Do you know what that means? In other words, at sea level, turbos do way more than they do here. Here, they kind of make it like you're at sea level.
Basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I don't know. I've never heard of anyone blowing an engine because of it here in this.
Well, again, it's driver. It's not the car or the turbo.
Tell me how driving affects a turbo. Give me an idea of how it can affect the car.
Well, if you every time you step on the gas, you're 85% of throttle. The turbo is constantly spooling all the way up, as opposed to just normal driving. It'll spool 40% of the time.
I got it. So if you're over turboing,
if you're constantly stomping on the pedal, yes,
and engaging it,
yes,
then you're using it more.
Yes.
303-713-TALK.
Besides, everything coming out now has a turbo on it, doesn't it? No, you better get used to it.
Especially with cafe standards raising every day.
American Restoration 24/7 will restore your property, getting rid of dangerous substances like black mold or asbestos or sewage with a sewage backup. fire, flood, whatever it takes, they will do for your property. And they work with your insurance company. They have the EPA certifications, the knowledge and know-how to do it right, and that's important. Because your insurance company may recommend another company. They are looking for fast and dirty, meaning quick, get in, get out. You don't want that. You want someone thorough, mitigating dangerous substances and helping you get your property back to normal and even better. Amrest247.com is the website. You pick the company. Pick the right company. American Restoration 24/7, 8337 AMREST. Hey, Fix It 24/7 for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. They're the people I call for $39. They'll find any problem and then give you the solution in writing with a 100% satisfaction guarantee for just $39. It's very predictable. Now, if you decide that you want to have the repair done, they even credit you the $39. Fix It 24/7. 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com. You looking for great deals? Hey, you want a garbage disposal installed? EuroPlumbingColorado.net guarantees the lowest price. They say they can save like 90% over some of the competition's pricing on garbage disposals. Think of that. And with sump pumps. Now in this wet spring, a lot of people are needing new sump pumps. They say they can save you up to 90% on sump pumps and the guaranteed lowest price on water heaters, starting at just $12.99, fully installed with the old one taken out and hauled away. 303-668-6844, 303-668-6844, EuroPlumbingColorado.net.
Listen, the next time you're upset with your life, put in perspective. This guy has a friend who reads two to three books a week, works out twice a day, has no financial worries, and has people who want to have sex with him all the time. And yet he constantly bitches about being in prison. About being in prison. Isn't that great?
You know, I'm wondering if we're going to ever have a Republican president again in my lifetime. So Democrats are almost a shoo-in for this one, in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, but holy shit.
I sure hope not. I mean, it's just, you know, but it's not the Democrat that bothers me so much. But I mean, you get middle-of-the-road Democrat. I mean, Clinton wasn't terrible.
I mean, I'll tell you what, the Trump thing, a one-term president, that's a slap in the face.
Yeah. Yeah, but he did that. He did that to himself. I mean, COVID didn't help. But I mean, you know, that first debate with Biden where he just bullied the shit out of him. I mean, it's just he can't read the room for a guy who's supposedly as smart and street smart as he is. He's got to know when to turn it off. Maybe he's not capable. You know, the mouth that roared.
There's one way it would turn out good for the party, and that is if something happened and it was beyond anyone's control, then he could be a little bit of a martyr for his base, but they'd have to find someone else.
Yeah.
They would have no choice. I mean, I'm not wishing anything on anybody, but there's just too much division. He comes up with fucking names.
What are the Republicans going to do? I mean, the Dems going to do if there are, let's say, 2 or 3 legitimate contenders, like RFK is a legitimate contender, right? Are they not going to let Biden debate him at all?
No. He already announced no debates.
Well, what about if he gets nominated? Are they going to deny 60 years or 70 years of presidential debates. They're not going to let it.
They already said it. They said there will be no debates this year.
Well, that's because they know he'd lose. He'd lose the election.
Sure he would. He'd lose a debate with himself. He doesn't remember what he said.
But do you think it matters? I mean, he never left his fucking basement. It didn't matter.
He stayed down there with his mask on in his basement.
Fucking, they didn't even have a fucking convention, did they? Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, let's talk. Richard, what's going on with you, Richard? Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I've got a 2015 Acura RDX. It has about 60,000 miles on it. Periodically, I'll be at a stoplight, give it gas, nothing happens, and then it just kicks in and takes off.
Ah, Jeff, what does that sound like to you with that Acura?
Well, my first inclination is that you're low on fluid. Have you had it any place to check it out?
You don't have a lot of miles on it.
No.
Yeah, it sounds like you're sitting at a stop. You know, you're probably low on fluid. When you step into it, you're raising pump volume. It re-engages the clutches.
Now,
okay.
Have you checked your fluid level?
Yeah, I have the car checked by the dealer probably every 6 months.
And how long ago did this problem start?
It's been going on for quite a while. And
like how long? Like when was the last time it was checked with the dealer?
The last time it was checked with the dealer was probably, I actually took it in for this problem, and it was about 7 months ago. They drove it around all day. They couldn't get it to repeat it. That's the problem. It's very sporadic, but when it does happen, it's pretty dramatic.
Well, the other possibility is there's also a sprag that is required to hold when you're taking off from a stop, and over time in use, they'll flatten out. And so when you spool it up, it'll finally catch those dogs and then take off again.
Is it a clutch?
It's a sprag. So a sprag works similar like your bicycle when you were a kid. You turn in one direction but lock in the opposite.
Okay.
Okay, so when he goes to take off, it's supposed to lock. Well, if those dogs are rolling over or flattened out, it will free spin in both directions until it finally catches again.
Okay. So is that expensive?
It would require getting into the transmission and overhauling it, yes.
And what did the dealer tell you at the time? Oh, they said they couldn't make it happen, right? Does this throw a code, by the way, Jeff?
No, it shouldn't.
Probably not.
So you won't find it
catch it
in the computer.
No.
So is it still doing it right now, Richard?
Just real sporadically, so it's not very consistent.
And when it happens,
it's still doing it.
When it happens, does it stay happening for a while?
No, it just happens once, and then it could be.
Okay, Jeff, that's not low on fluid then.
No, that's not low on fluid. It sounds like it's a good possibility that sprag's got flat spots on it, and so it's overrunning in the wrong direction.
So flat spots just happen to take their turn.
Yep.
Okay, I get what you're saying. And when you say flat spots, are they like gears?
No. So it's a sprag works kind of like a wedge. So you've got a smooth side to one direction, so it can spin. When it turns the other direction, it literally wedges itself in place, so it locks in place.
I get it.
So as where it's supposed to lock, it'll flatten those areas out, so you don't have the tolerance that you had before in a overrun.
So it spins until it catches.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And does pressure make it catch?
No, pressure doesn't make it catch. It's literally force.
So it's force and friction.
Correct.
So Richard,
unusual?
Go ahead.
Is it unusual to have it happen in a car with only 60,000 miles?
That would be early, but it doesn't surprise me either.
Do driving habits, can they deteriorate sprags quicker?
Most definitely, yeah.
Like how?
So say he's the type of individual that doesn't come to a complete stop when he's transitioning between reverse and drive. Well, now you've got, 7,000 pounds worth of car, and you're asking a part that's about 3 inches in diameter to bring it to a stop and change direction.
Okay, so Richard, let's just say, what would it be cost-wise to overhaul that transmission?
Realistically, and this is all-wheel drive, correct?
Is this all-wheel drive, Richard?
Yes.
Yeah.
Low sides probably around 36. High sides probably closer to about 49.5.
Ooh. So $3 to $4 grand, $5 grand. That's worst case, Richard. You don't just take it apart and replace the sprag, right?
No, I mean, we're not going to put a Band-Aid on it. We're going to look at the rest of the unit, and anything.
And once
that's
you have it open, you may as well just replace.
In most cases, yes.
Okay, Richard, and that's Sheridan. I mean, Kimmer Transmission. If you want to call them, 303-693-1400. Josh, what's going on with you, Josh? Welcome.
Hey, Tom. I'm not having any issues with my car. I got a 2020 Nissan Leaf that's sitting at 32,000 miles. I haven't had any issues with it yet, but I know I'm coming up pretty close to one of the first actual real hard touches with maintenance for this car. And I was wondering if you have any shop recommendations that specialize in electric cars.
You know what?
I want to try.
This is somewhere we're lagging way behind, bro, on that, Josh. The dealers are the only ones right now that you really can depend on. None of these independent shops I know of on our referral list have made the switch to...
We're starting to. We're picking stuff up, but so much of it's still under factory warranty.
And there's so many different systems. It's not like a nice engine, internal combustion engine, because what you have is you have so many different... Well, an electric motor is about the same, but you have so many different ways of making it go. I mean, you really do.
Do you think that's gonna cause issues for independent maintenance shops with all of this proprietary
It's going to be major.
stuff?
It's going to be major problems. In fact, what I suspect you're going to have are independent shops are going to pick what they want to service. Like they're going to specialize in Teslas, or they're going to specialize in another kind, maybe GM's another one, because they're going to have a relationship and parts. It's going to be virtually impossible. Well, that's what they do now with cars. Sure. I mean, there are a lot of shops.
Oh, yeah.
That Japanese specialist, German specialist, they have American car specialists.
And I'll tell you, I used to own a Fiat 500. I loved that car. And looking for aftermarket parts for that car, realistically, I only found one place out in California that really had, aftermarket parts for that car. So I'm not too surprised. And obviously I have a thing for cars that have no aftermarket, parts for them.
Do you like is the Leaf a hybrid?
No, it's fully electric.
That's what I do not like hybrids, but for the record, I want either one system or the other, because then I don't have double maintenance. So Josh, on the electric, what's your range on that?
Yeah. So in the summertime, I can, if I really push it, the car on the guessometer will say like 160 is what I can get it up to. In the wintertime, I'm looking at maybe 130. Realistically, I like to keep it about 140. I just actually did a trip to Grand Junction in it. And I think heading over to Grand Junction, I had to make like 3 charging stops that were
terrible.
A bit longer. It wasn't too bad for me. I mean, I had all day to get there.
How long does it take to charge? How long does it take to charge?
On the fast charger, a full charge, like from 20 to 80. What you should be doing realistically is you're looking at 45, 50 minutes.
Wow.
But if you're doing it, if it's like your second or third one of the day, it really slows down. The Nissan Leaf doesn't have any cooling through the battery pack at all, so that battery just heats up.
Why did you go with the Nissan Leaf, and let's say you didn't go with a Tesla Model 3 or something?
Well, first my company installed a charger that was free. Obviously I'm still paying for it with the money that the company has to pay for electricity, but it was free to use, and the vehicle was cheap. I paid under, I believe, around 26 for the car.
Oh,
and
wow.
Then,
that's way cheap, yeah.
And and my commute to work is, it was 40 miles round trip. I just moved, and I think I'm now at like 60 miles round trip. So I mean, the range, and that's all I use my car for. Everything else we do on the weekends, we take the wife's car.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, so that's good luck on finding maintenance, though, because dealers seem to be the only alternative right now until they become so ubiquitous that people are just going to start picking the ones they're going to service. And, Kevin, where do you even start? Where do you start? If you're looking at it right now, where do you start?
It's a good question. I mean, it's something we deal with. And the other thing is we're so busy now we can't really take on a new project and start training people to do other stuff. We don't have the people or the space for it.
And then you need specially trained mechanics.
Well, they need training, absolutely.
So Mike wants to talk about car reliability. If you can hang on, Mike and Dre, we'll take both of your calls coming right up.
Yeah, I'm done. You know what I've noticed that's really interesting? People out here always say the wife.
The wife, I know.
People back east always say my wife. And I think it's really...
Well, what, do you own your wife?
No, but it's my wife.
I think my wife sounds better than
yeah,
the wife.
I think the wife is derogatory.
In my opinion, it is.
Yeah. Because
those guys are, obviously...
No, it's just interesting that you get that colloquialism in different parts of the country. I think the wife sounds terrible.
Fox 31, pinpoint weather, cloudy out there with a couple rainy spots throughout the foothills and Denver metro. We're expecting a high of 66 this afternoon with strong storms. The current temperature is 60 degrees with your impact traffic and weather. Mark Sloan, 6:30.
You use Sprague's in aviation, don't you?
Yeah, well, I have a Sprag clutch on my helicopter. And I'll tell you I'll tell you what I understood it to be in the helicopter. It's really quite remarkable. K&H Home Solutions has a message for you, okay? No maintenance. That's what they specialize in. Taking your house from maintenance to no maintenance with their home solutions. K&H Home Solutions, with one of the oldest home improvement companies in all of Colorado, if not the oldest, 65 years strong. And I've known all the owners, including, well, there's only been 3, and Lee Diamond and his son right now. They're dedicated to giving you the best products at the best prices for window siding, doors, and more. The more is roofing. By the way, Diamond Coat, James Hardy siding for no maintenance. Provia entry doors, no maintenance. Soft Light Provia windows, no maintenance. That's right. They celebrate no maintenance. And right now, 15% off roofing. KHWindows.com. 303-421-7100. Okay. We call it an overrunning clutch, too.
Right.
I don't know why they call it that.
Because in the opposite direction, it will spin. That's the overrun position.
Okay, we call it an overrunning clutch. And the reason we have it is in case the engine slows down and dies, it lets the rotor overrun the speed of the engine. In other words, it won't the failed engine
won't pull down the
Right, so it'll allow it to free spin.
But then I don't understand how it spools it up, and then it just keeps it. As long as the engine keeps up with the rotor, it's powering it. But if the engine
I'd hazard a bet it's the same thing. I'd hazard a bet it's the same thing, because the engine's turning. So it's in a locked position.
Right.
So just like you're riding your bicycle. So it's pushing.
Then as soon as it doesn't.
Right. So just like on your 10-speed, if you were to stop pedaling, well, the wheels still keep turning. And as soon as you start pedaling again, you lock that direction again.
Right. Or if you're not going as fast,
right,
it'll feel like you're not doing
exactly. So I hazard a bet.
Okay. So are bicycle sprockets like that? The gear?
I would have to take one apart to tell you the truth.
I don't even know. That's a good question.
Okay, so I'm looking up Sprag. There. They call them clutches, Sprag clutches.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see pictures. I see the pictures, but are the bearings literally like blades that?
No, they're kind of they're actually called dogs.
Right there.
Road trip is an adventure. Audio is my traveling companion. It's educational, entertaining,
Yeah, exactly. See, it's kind of a wedge fit. So one direction it can slide. But you turn it the other way, it'll actually wedge in there and lock in the direction. So you can also have these.
But it also uses torque, doesn't it, to lock it?
Yeah, this is a roller clutch. Instead of having these wedges that have springs and they look like they're pieces of a bearing. So once again, wedges in there in one direction. And then they also have what's called a mechanical diode, which when you spin them sounds exactly like a ratchet, like a socket ratchet.
So it can go in this direction, but that direction opposed to. I see. Yeah.
So they use the same. Okay, so you got this is more snowmobile UTV type.
Or just the wait. So the freewheeling on this one would be
counterclockwise.
Right, because it would just hold the wall along with.
No, wait a minute. It would be clockwise because you're going up. See how much more gap you got there?
Wouldn't that wedge it?
No, because this isn't going to wedge it. Because look how see how it tapers here.
So this one would catch this way or this
Correct.
way?
It would catch.
Yeah, that's what I. Okay.
Yeah, so it would freewheel clockwise.
Okay. All right. Yep. Because it locks right in there.
No, this is where it will freewheel. The rest, you just don't want to.
No, when it turns this way, it'll lock.
It'll lock because it wedges up against there.
There, that ball gets wedged in there. God almighty, the engineering of that shit. Ingenious. One-way bearing. They're bearings then.
In a manner of speaking.
One-way bearings.
Well, no, because it's a holding fixture. So, now, like in a transmission, you have to have two things working at any given time in order to create a gear ratio. One has to create motion, and the other one can either create motion or cease motion. So a sprag would cease motion. So I will hold my rear carrier while I'm turning my front input sun gear, and that will cause my first gear ratio. And then when I turn on my band, it'll allow that carrier to overrun the other direction and creates a second gear ratio.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. Frank Duran, the real estate man. Market evaluations of your home. What does that mean? It's complimentary. It's not an appraisal, but he analyzes your house based on the comps, the neighborhood, supply and demand, interest rates, and what things have sold for in that category, and what you will net on that house based on selling expenses and the real sale. So it's way more valuable than an appraisal. If you want to know what it will sell for and what you're going to net, he'll do that free of charge. He'll do a complete analysis. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. Now, Dre, is it Dre? Is that your name?
Yes.
Dre, what's going on, man?
So kind of a long story, I guess. So I have a 2010 Ford F-150. It has kind of a lot of miles on, like 190,000 miles.
Wow. Okay.
I took it to my regular mechanic. You know, he quoted me. He gave me a good price too, like $3,000 to do all the timing chain and phasers.
Yeah.
And whatnot. Then my friend had recommended this other guy that was trying to start his own side thing. So that was my first mistake. But I figured to him, he was only doing $1,000 cheaper. So I did. Anyways, he did the timing. He did all the work. It took him longer than he was supposed to. But anyways, I was leaving town, and it was breaking down on me. So I get a code. The code is the P0303. Which ended up being a spark plug or something. So I towed it back to him.
But did he do the spark plugs? What exactly did he do for you?
Yeah. So he did the timing chain and all the phasers, all that kind of work that I originally got the estimate.
What are phasers, guys?
They're sprockets on the camshaft that'll internally adjust timing.
Okay.
Right. So he did all that work, and then when I had it towed to him, which took him another couple of days, but he ended up changing out all the spark plugs. So anyways, it takes him another day. It's weird he doesn't get back to me, and then when he does get back to me, he tells me I need a new engine.
So what are you thinking? You're thinking it's he did it to you, or what?
That's my question. I mean, it had a lot of miles on it. That's what he's saying is that it had a lot of miles, and he's seen this before, that when he's done work that it'll cause other things to break down, and sometimes you'll just because of high miles, I might just be out the engine. So I don't know.
Guys, what do you think? Do you think it had anything to do with...
Well, it'd be impossible to say now because the guy took it back and checked everything. If he didn't put it together right, sure. Are you lacking compression in a cylinder now? Is that what the issue is?
Well, that's now he hasn't told me what's wrong with it. You know, he just said I need a new engine. I called a couple people and he said, well, let me check. He said it still starts, but it shakes real bad and then it dies. And then so I guess the pistons didn't hit the valves or anything like that. But
that's not a big issue in that. But I mean, yeah, it's wow, what a mess.
Yeah, I mean that PO300 is misfire detected.
Yeah.
It doesn't point out a particular cylinder, but if you can actually pull up the misfire detectors and watch the individual cylinders on a scanner, and you can find out where your problem's at.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You need to get it out of there. If you're not getting straight answers, why do you need an engine is what I would want to know.
Right. My only thing was just because he caused, if he caused the problem. I'd like
right, if he caused it, but you didn't have a perfect truck or going in there, though. So he didn't cause all of your trouble, right?
It's possible he did. It's possible he didn't.
Yeah. I mean, you got to figure out what exactly he did. Just take it somewhere to be analyzed. Either one of these guys could do that.
Yeah.
I mean, you really do. You need to get a second opinion because they can at least document if, in fact, there was a problem that he caused.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what you need. Where are you located in general?
Down in Colonial Springs.
Okay, Honest Accurate Auto. Yeah. Honest Accurate Auto. Talk to Jesse. Tell him we referred you. He's a really good guy. I got to get his address, but you can look it up online. It's in the Springs. Honest Accurate Auto. They'll do you a solid. They're good people. Hey, Mike, what's going on with you, Mike? Welcome to the show. What's happening?
Yeah, you had a question a little while ago about turbocharged engines.
Right.
That brings up to mind a question I've had for some time. Companies like Honda wouldn't switch over their entire or most of their entire engine lineup to turbocharged engines if they weren't comfortable with it and done thorough testing. So I'm wondering which is less reliable? What do you see more problems? Turbocharged engines or CVT transmissions?
That's a good question. Hold on. Well, let's talk about reliability in general, Mike. Hang on and ask some follow-up questions. I got to take this quick break. I want to give you more time.
I didn't see that question coming.
Neither did I. I thought he was going to talk about the reliability of turbo to non-turbo.
That's a good question, though.
In my opinion, CVT transmissions are more problematic. Why? Nobody comes to a transmission shop for a turbo.
Yeah, you're screwed on both because they're in everything. Yeah.
I thought he was going to ask turboed or non-turboed engines.
That's what I thought he was going to ask.
But there are more non-turboed engines, so you're obviously going to.
I don't know, not anymore. Everybody's adding turbos. I mean, for one thing, they help with the CAFE standards.
Aren't jet engines turbo by nature? Isn't that exactly?
It's exactly what it is.
Because they're compressing air going in, right? Yeah. The whole thing. That's all it is turbo, right?
And most diesels won't run without a turbo.
No, not enough air. Yeah.
Are most of the diesels on the road right now turboed?
Yep. Every last one of them.
Oh, I used to have an old Mercedes back in the day, a 220D, that did not ever. It went like
That's why they smoked.
Because they couldn't get enough air.
Yeah.
Hey, David Ellis Jewelry wants to buy your junk. Well, hold on. Let me rephrase that. They want to buy your silver and gold and platinum, titanium, the junk jewelry, the mismatched earrings, the tangled messes, and the incomplete coin collections. Listen, if it has precious metals, they want to weigh it and pay it. David Ellis Jewelry, a name we've trusted for 40 years. If you have antique or jewelry, used jewelry, they'll pay a fair price for that. 3rd and Clayton in Cherry Creek. That's 2640 East 3rd Avenue. 3rd and Clayton. 303-322-8779. The Art of Granite. They will give you a price on the phone. One of the few companies that'll do that. Why? Well, first of all, they can't give you a price on the radio right now because all projects are different. But if you tell them what it is you want, the curves of maybe a quick picture, some square footage, they give you a price, not just for granite, but for whatever stone you want. They do all natural stone, all engineered stone, all solid surfaces, wholesale on all materials, tear out and haul aways free, and you get the bathroom vanity free when you do the kitchen. TheArtOfGranite.com. Get your price right now, 303-386-5919. I've talked about Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, for years and years because I've known him practically the entire 30 years he's been in business. Now, not only will he do a free evaluation of your home, what it will sell for, based on real, honest-to-God facts and figures, no gimmicks. He'll also help you look for a home if you're looking to buy. He's a wonderful man with a great team, and they make you feel like you're the only customer they have. It's amazing how they do that. Team Duran at RE/MAX Alliance. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Not a problem.
Yes, thank you.
You got
Your
it.
turn this week, huh?
Huh?
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very
Not
much.
a problem.
Now, I'm looking at CNN, and I'm looking at Fox, and I'm thinking, what do they do job recruitment-wise at Fox? Do they actually put an ad in there saying we will only accept this kind of woman? I mean, if you look at...
I mean, because they're all beautiful young blondes.
I call them women with shapely legs, and they show them. And I don't know if this is by design or if it's a mistake.
They're probably Billy Squire fans.
I have no idea.
They all appear to be intelligent, though. I mean, there's no, tokens, if you will.
Oh, then that takes Billy Squire out.
I know.
The bubble-headed bleach blonde comes on at 5.
Well, it's like a Venn diagram. You have this universe of beautiful women.
Yeah, but I wonder if, okay, here's what I'm asking. Do they really, somebody's making a decision. Like, for example, you don't get that necessarily on CNN. So what I'm saying is someone at Fox might be making a decision somewhere, and no one will ever admit it. Like, oh, let's not hire her, let's hire her.
Well, it's the same thing as all the weather people anymore. I mean, you've got Kylie Burst and Kathy Sabin. I mean, they try to pick attractive-looking people in order to stand in front of the screen.
Well,
when's the last time you had somebody like Stormy Rotman on TV? I mean,
blast from the past there.
Well, isn't Mike Nelson still on?
Fox has a couple old timers still.
I just don't watch the news anymore.
Yeah.
I literally, I just don't. I'll pick up whatever I can from Twitter and everything else.
Local news is dreadful. Fucking dreadful.
Well,
it either leans left or it's laying on its left.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. I tune in for weather.
I mean, Channel 9 is horrific.
Yeah.
It is horrific.
Who is Kyle?
Channel 9.
Oh, fuck, they're like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
The fact that Kyle Clark was the one that called out Polis was unbelievable.
Yeah, he actually did, though.
Yeah.
What do you call him out for?
For this new deal with taking away...
property tax.
Taking the Tabor.
It was like the 4 multi-step bill that they're not supposed to.
Fucking done that one.
It's educational, entertaining, funny. It makes the drive come to life. The audio app automatically plays you stories about the natural wonders, local legends, and fascinating...
And actually, Ross was the one that I heard that touted that this was a good extreme possibility when they struck down Magnus Moss. Ross Kaminsky? He was the first one saying that you can't, with nothing to replace it. He said, I go back and forth because Magnus is one. Huh?
You mean Gallagher?
Yeah, excuse me, Gallagher, yeah. But not Magnus Moss. But yeah, he was the one that was recommending, we got to keep it in place until you got something new, because sooner or later, this is going to turn around and bite you in the ass.
Hi, Tom Martino. Mike brought up a good question here. He says, I want to know what's more reliable or less reliable, and he talked about turbos, and then he talked about CVT transmissions. Is that what you call them, CVT?
Mm-hmm. Yes, continuously variable transmission.
Yeah, CVTs. And also I'd like to know turbo versus non-turbo with everything else being equal. So let's talk about that. Like his first question, do you see more problems with CVTs or more problems with turbos?
Well, certainly in my case, I see more problems with CVTs.
Because you're a transmission shop.
We're a transmission shop. We just don't see a lot of if any turbo work. When it comes to the different manufacturers, I mean, Ford, Honda, Nissan, they all have them, but they have different degrees of reliability. I mean, in my opinion, the strongest out there is probably Subaru. I've only ever had to actually get into two to do heavy work. All the rest of them, you were usually doing valve bodies and or torque converters. Whereas Nissan, on the other hand, in my opinion, has got to be one of the worst pieces of junk on the road.
And there's a lot of them.
A lot of them.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
What do you think?
Turbos are fine. I mean, I think any new technology takes a while because they don't know what they have until they throw it in cars. We're guinea pigs. So the CVT got such a bad rap because they really were bad when they first came out. But I think all in all, I don't know if you think they're much better than they were 5 years ago.
Well, yeah, and quite frankly, like I say with Nissan, I mean, they pretty much threw all their eggs in that basket. Just about every passenger car that they produce is a CVT unit.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are saying that CVTs are simply not built as strong as conventional transmissions.
I would have to agree with that.
But is everything going CVT?
A lot of the market's going that way. I wouldn't say everything. I mean, when you get into truck and when you get into more sporty vehicles, with the exception, I mean, Audi's got their CVT out there. Most of them, if they want performance, if they want to work it, it's going to have a more conventional transmission.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think a lot of people are going to be putting a lot of engineering into gasoline cars anymore, because I think they see handwriting on the wall with them being phased out.
Well, they're being pushed out by the government. It's not what the average person actually wants. Otherwise, the market would have already pushed it in that direction. But you turn around and the government's imposing all these fines for CAFE standards, and they're increasing the amount of the fines. They're forcing the manufacturers into the electric market.
So, Mike, do you have any follow-up questions on that?
Well, you said Nissan's junk. Are you referring to the CVT transmissions, or
as far as the CVT market is concerned, we see probably 15-1 of the Nissans compared to the rest of the manufacturers out there.
Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah, they've had problems for over 10 years.
Well, pretty much ever since they introduced it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as turbos, guys, Kevin? More problems with turbo or non-turbo?
Turbo or non-turbo. The non-turbo car is going to have a different engine than the turbo car typically.
Like in what way?
Well, like a Chevy's going to have a V8, but you're not going to have a V8 turbo.
Oh, and they turbo the smaller ones.
They turbo the smaller ones to make it run like a V8, if you will. So.
Okay, are turbo systems more troublesome?
There's more moving parts, but all in all, I think they're not bad.
Comparable.
They're pretty good, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, Mercedes turbos V8s, and so does Audi, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
But my repair guy said CVT transmissions are not used in heavier vehicles, so that's some good news. Is that true?
That's right.
Correct.
And in fact, the older ones, you would see less of them, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And on the newer cars, which ones have never gone to CVT?
Well, like I say, some of your more performance models.
Okay.
Typically truck, you're not going to see a CVT in a truck, although Nissan does have.
But take
out there
like
for the
a Corvette,
Pathfinder,
for example. You're not going to find it.
I would highly question that if that ever came out.
Yeah. All right, 303-713-8255. Okay, we have a lot of important questions on car stuff. Let's go to Jenny right now. Jenny, what is your question? Jenny? Are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on? You have a question about buying a car?
I do. So I'm using a broker who I've used before.
Yes.
But I used to own a Tundra a long time ago, and I'm interested in a 2020 Tundra that he found for me with 35,000 miles on it, compared to a brand new F-150 XL that are basically the same price. And I'm just wondering what the opinion of the car guys is.
What year is the Tundra?
2020, and it's a platinum version.
Okay, you're never going to go wrong with a Tundra. Well, guys, you think differently? Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, they want to weigh in. They're the experts, by the way. I'm not. I'm just saying now a brand new F-150, very popular. Let's compare them coming up. If you can just hang just a few minutes, we'll get to you and everyone else. I'm Tom Martino. So which one would you want, huh? The Tundra or the F-150 brand new when they're the same price? We'll talk about that coming up. I don't think she'll go wrong with either of them.
No.
No, but brand new truck. Yes and no. Now, if she's financing it, okay, she's going to get a very different rate on that Tundra than she is on that F-150.
Used, yeah. Better on the new.
On the F-150, yeah. So it could cost her a lot more in the long run.
Right. And then
how many miles are on the 2020?
She said 35.
Did she?
Which is next to nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
So it still has some of the factory warranty in place, as long as she hasn't clocked out on time.
Strange part is the Toyota may be worth more in 5 years than the Ford.
The Toyota probably will be. But if she's getting I don't know what's new car rates going for right now? About 4%?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Okay, whereas used car, I mean, I guarantee you're not going to get
another 2-3 points. Yeah, probably 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Unless you got a credit union or something.
So depending on how long you run out that loan, it can cost you a lot of money over time.
Because just now the Toyota's 3 years old, 30,000 miles worth what a new Ford is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who's that?
He is.
Well, I know.
Yeah.
Like, you don't move like him. He's like this.
Yeah, I know, but I don't have dementia.
That you know.
What? Yeah.
That you know you.
I do not.
If you had it, would you actually know?
I do not have it yet.
Never thought of it that way. How do you know if you have dementia?
My son would tell me no.
I mean, it's like weird. Like he just is so tentative with everything. Do you ever notice when he tries to jog to make himself look young, he'll go?
He's very frail. Yeah, he's very frail looking.
Yeah. But he's got all those very deliberate, stiff movements and everything he does.
Do you think he will complete another 4 year?
No. I don't think he's even going to end up running.
Would he want to?
They're going to find a replacement for him before the next election.
This is his whole life, though. He's never done anything else but politics. He doesn't know anything.
Yeah, but he can retire. I mean, he doesn't need the money.
No, he's got $5 million in graft that he got from China.
I think
I was in Florida.
Ego. He's got a humongous ego.
They all do.
Yeah, different than Trump. Trump has got a big ego too, but it's different.
So this guy was in Florida, and he saw a bumper sticker on a car that said, "I miss Detroit." So this other guy broke the window, stole the radio, and left a note saying, "I hope this helps." Some of the stuff I think is really funny.
Russian media reports President Vladimir Putin today announced the first nuclear weapons from Russia have arrived in Belarus. Interfax reports Putin gave a 1-hour speech at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Russia will finish transferring tactical nuclear weapons to Belarus by the end of the summer. Putin said the transfer will be a deterrent against attacks on Russia. Trevor Ault, ABC News.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand.
So since you have card day, and I'm feeling very left out, I think you should have, let's have a sex question day. Sex questions. People have sex questions that they're afraid to ask. And I can answer them because I have so much of that in my practice.
Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involved in risk of loss.
How do time? 103. The arraignment for the suspect in last year's Club Q shooting left 5 dead, more than a dozen people injured is coming up later this month. And there are reports of a possible plea deal. Ashton Gamblin shot 9 times that night, tells Fox 31 the focus should not be on the shooter, but on the victims and survivors and what their message is.
I would honestly like to respect the victims and survivors and point a focus towards pride, that this is Pride Month.
In a statement, Club Q said they cannot comment on a possible plea deal, and the collective focus should remain on the victims and honoring those lost with a permanent tribute. Vice President Kamala Harris coming to Denver today. The Vice President plans to discuss the Biden administration's efforts to fight climate change and aid the transition to a clean energy economy. Harris scheduled to talk to Denver public school students and then attend a Democratic fundraiser. Harris discussed similar issues during a visit to the Denver area back in March. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Who's a moron?
Vice President.
Oh, I wasn't listening. I was reading here. She couldn't get past the Iowa caucus, and then they turned around. Oh yeah. But Biden pigeonholed himself when he said he was going to pick a woman of color.
God, they've been carrying him so long.
Heading east to the airport, I-70 eastbound, we are seeing some stop and go between 225 and Pena Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, cloudy out there. We are seeing some rain.
I think he really believes he's doing well.
Strong storms coming in before the
way
So does this party. Ask them.
Yeah.
They think we've never been better.
I know several Democrats that ain't happy. But they are not unhappy enough that they would jump ship.
The only thing that saved the Republicans and JFK splits the party.
Isn't that RFK?
RFK. Did I say JFK?
Yeah.
Kennedy.
No, I think you're
If
right.
he goes independent.
I don't know if he'll do that.
Well, okay, so let's say you had this Biden and RFK against Trump and DeSantis. Same thing, right? That'll be a crazy election, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. I just think you can't get past Trump. I mean, there's too many people, and it's just never, ever, 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 and it's no matter what happens, they just won't vote for him. So they would vote anybody but
No. He'll never win.
No.
Never,
No.
ever win.
He had his one shot, and that's it. He needs to go away. He's not a political genius. He's not.
I will tell you though, the guy has been fucking. They've been relentless going after him from the very first, from the Russiagate all the way on.
Yeah.
Think of how many things they tried to get him on for.
And the whole thing with Russia was all
it was all made up.
It was all made up. It was a fantasy. And nobody got prosecuted for that.
Not yet.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. 888heating.com is electrifying homes now, doing hybrid systems and full electric systems with heat pumps with better emissions, better efficiency, and they guarantee the lowest price on whatever they do for you with the same equipment. 303-770-2776. You'd be shocked at how many people are going from gas to electric. 303-770-2776. Hey, let's keep going here and see what we can do for you. Okay, I want to take you all. We were talking to, I believe, Jenny on buying a... Jenny, listen, there's a couple questions we have. If you're considering a 2020 Toyota Tundra and 35,000 miles, or a brand new F-150 2023, there's a few questions we have for you. Are you going to be paying cash or financing?
I'm trading in a car and then financing the rest.
Okay. Here's the deal. If you finance the Tundra, for how long?
I don't know. I don't know what they're going to offer, but the interest rate's going to be around 6%, I'm thinking.
And then on the new one, you'll get a much lower percentage, right?
Well, I actually will qualify for 0% for 36 months only.
Okay, then that puts you over to the F-150. Brand new truck.
You think?
Yeah, well, only because the Tundra is going to cost you, it's not the same price. It's substantially more.
With the interest.
Of course, which is part of the sale. And you'll get a better, I think you'll get a better trade. What are you trading in?
2015 Chevy Tahoe with about 100,000 miles on it.
I believe you'll get a better price at an American car dealership with an American car than you will going to you're using a broker on both of those, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. And a broker.
And you love the broker, right?
Yes, I bought several vehicles from him.
Okay. What did the broker think?
Well, he's a Ford guy.
Yeah.
Which my husband has a Ford, but I used to have a Tundra, which I love too, and I know that they they hold their value.
That's right.
So I'm having a hard time.
Right. They do hold their value, which does not make them the greatest, if this sounds familiar, the greatest used car to buy. Because you're paying, even though you're getting it for the same price as the F-150, that's because you're getting an extraordinary deal on the F-150. Toyota Tundras, but the Toyota Tundra will still be worth good money in 5 years. And the Ford will not be worth as much as its new, the same percentage of it when it was new, or what they call the residual value, but you're going to be paying such substantially less at zero interest. I think the zero interest and the trade would put me over into the F-150. F-150s are not bad trucks. I mean, and you're getting a lot of options on it?
It's an XL, so it's not, there's not a ton of options on it, but I don't really care about that stuff.
I'm asking you, what was your initial impression? Which one do you want more? I mean,
I don't know.
If the value were equal across the board, which one do you want? You know what you want.
I want a Tundra.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Then you ought to get the Tundra, but I would try to find a better loan. In fact...
Okay, the problem is there's not a lot of used Tundras out there.
That's true.
What do you mean?
With that low mileage.
No, of course there's not. And the Tundra is a fantastic vehicle, and that's not a lot of miles. You have some factory warranty left on it?
Yeah, just like powertrain and stuff. But then with the Ford, you get all the warranties.
Of course. That's
right.
Mm-hmm. No matter what, don't buy a lot of extras on either of them.
No.
But I don't think, you know what the good news is? I don't think you're going to go wrong.
Yeah, you can't lose either way.
I don't think you'll lose either way. What is the price? You said the same price, but what is that price?
It's approximately 52.
52. That's a lot of money for a used truck.
That's what they're worth, though. Yeah.
That's a lot of money for a used truck.
It's not forever. If you don't like the Ford that much, you trade it off on a Toyota next year.
I would probably go with the Ford because of the interest rate.
Well, what do the car guys think?
I like Ford, so it's, I drive one and I think they're very reliable. The new car, the warranty, everything 0 miles.
You'd go with the Ford, right?
I'd go with the Ford.
What would you go with, Jeff?
I would probably go with the Ford too, but for the same reason you would. Is it simply because of the 6% interest compared to 0? That's a no-brainer to me.
Yeah.
Plus, I think you're going to get a better trade because you're
okay.
These guys at
Anthony.
Go ahead.
Would you? So I have a kid that's going to be 16 in about 4 years. Would a safer car be the Ford or the Tundra if I were to give?
They're going to be comparable.
They're going to be either or. Either one.
Yeah.
Was this what I
and
got
and
before
now
with
I'm
Sirius?
positive you want the Ford. That's going to be so much later on easier to maintain and to keep for a kid because it's only going to be 4 years old. It's not going to be 7 or 8
Sure.
years old.
And typically, quite frankly, that Ford's going to be a little bit cheaper to work on in most cases.
Yep.
And you know, you are going to have failures. You are going to have
Yeah.
maintenance. You're going to have to make repairs. You're going to have a lower cost on repairing that Ford than you are on the Toyota.
What would you say?
I think you want the Ford right now, and the car guys are going along with it. I think you do want that. 303-713-8255.
So how do I say?
Christopher has a transmission question. Go ahead, Christopher. What's going on? What's happening?
Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Christopher, there you are, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry. My fault. Go ahead.
Tom, man, you there?
Yeah, let's talk.
A fan from the 80s, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm not trying to date you. We're all getting old, right?
Well, God, I know it. I don't know what else to do, though. This is all I know. So, Christopher, what transmission problem do you have?
All right, so check it out. All right, so I bought this 2010 Hyundai.
Hello?
Cute little car.
Elantra. It's a
Clean
good,
as a whistle.
nice little car.
Yeah, it's an Elantra. It's a cute little car.
How many miles?
It's got 41,000.
That's really good, man. That's good.
Yeah, interior. I stole this car, but I helped
Okay.
somebody out.
Okay.
So, and actually,
Is this the one that I'll
actually
use
gave
next
her
week?
More than she wanted. So, you know,
How much did
just
you
to
pay
help
for that
her
car?
out.
How much you pay for that car?
22.
That's not such a steal.
Okay.
I think he means 2,200.
Well, no. What she wanted and what I paid.
Wait, you're not saying 2,200. You're saying
Yeah, the primary
22,000,
one I just
right?
got read back
No,
from
it's
you.
15,000
Like-
from new.
2,200.
Oh my God! I was going to say 22 is terrible. $2,200 for 41,000. That is a steal.
I've got a great connection to the auto show.
All right, so check it out.
8
All right,
milliseconds. It's
so her
fantastic.
son was like a little race car driver, and he ran it around, and
I'm going to
it's got an automatic,
disconnect. So.
transmission in it.
Yeah.
But you have to. He burned it up. I guess I don't know. There's like I'm trying to research the whole thing, but there's something going on in the transmission. The transmission works great. The car is perfect. Body.
I thought you just
interior.
said, does it need a transmission or not? We're getting mixed signals.
Well, no, I don't know. I mean, I can shift it, but you have to shift the automatic transmission manually.
You need a transmission. You need a transmission.
So I looked something up online, and they said it was a chip problem.
You could have an electrical problem. There's no two ways about that.
But you need some transmission work. Let's put it that way.
I know that.
Let's give him worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario
Rebuild.
on that Elantra. Well, quite frankly, with what Hyundai sells that transmission for, I don't even bother cracking them open because it's going to cost more for me to build it than to
Okay,
buy
how
it and
much?
replace it. About 3,600 to 3,800, somewhere in that neighborhood.
That's worst case scenario. You still got a deal.
Okay.
That's worst case.
No, that's okay. And I helped somebody else. So
What if he needs to fix just the internal parts?
Well, the internal parts would be a rebuild.
No. What you were talking about an electrical problem? That's
no,
not
I mean,
internal.
He could definitely have a speed sensor issue. You could have a neutral
so what
switch
would
issue.
that could be minor.
Yeah, you could be cost just a few $100.
So let's say we're looking anywhere from 500 to
3,800,
4,000.
Damn.
I mean, if you take it to Jeff, he'll tell you the truth.
I mean, this thing runs like a champ.
So then keep it that way. I mean, who cares? But you ought to have it checked. Because how long would it take you, Jeff, to figure out if it's just an electrical problem?
Typically just a couple hours.
I would have it run through at least, Christopher. I mean, you're not going to do any harm.
See, I think it's a chip, actually.
Okay.
I would do that because driving it manually shifting.
Yeah, I'm telling you that just because I can manually shift.
No, I understand.
We heard car.
It's running great.
Like,
Jeff, could that be, let's just go there. Christopher's saying because it runs great when it's running, it can't be a transmission problem. And that's probably true, right?
It definitely leads in his favor, that's for certain.
Christopher, Kimmer Transmission, 303-693-1400. Just bring it there.
He keeps saying chip. I want to see how much the computer is for this because he sounds like he wants a computer. Right? You want a computer? We'll say a computer.
Do I bring Joe up? I want to talk to Joe Chiano, certified financial advisor, and he every day we do commercials for him. We talk about safe, secure investments. We talk about rolling over retirement money into guaranteed funds, guaranteed income, guaranteed never to lose. Joe, when you talk to people, because you talk to hundreds of people a month, what's their biggest concerns?
Well, Tom, they have actually three concerns, okay? Number one, people are afraid that they're not going to have enough money to retire. That's number one. Number two, also they're afraid that their money is not going to last as long as they will when they retire. And number three, they're definitely afraid of long-term care, needing long-term care, whether it will be assisted living, nursing home care, memory care, in-home care. They're afraid because they know the price of those services. Here in Colorado, it's over $10,000 per month. I mean, this will destroy any retirement plan.
And all of these have options for long-term care.
Yes, our annuities that we have options that will help the client pay for long-term care. And it will guarantee an income so they don't have to worry about if they're going to have enough income to retire or if their money's going to last as long as they will. The money is guaranteed, and it will go to the rest of their lives.
Right. And by the way, when you die, it goes to your heirs. If there's account money left, you don't leave any on the table. And that's very important. People always ask that. I've been dealing with Joe Chiano more than 30 years. You can trust him. And I want you to go to his website, mymoneymyway.com, or give him a call for a personal consultation at 303-779-6600. 779-6600. Hey, I love the guaranteed lowest price, and we're talking about that with Garage Kings for your garage floor coatings. Hey, you can do your garage floor, your workshop. You can do an outbuilding. You can do walkways, sidewalks, patio, pool decks, concrete porches. Guaranteed lowest price, no money up front ever, and guaranteed finish for life. Garage Kings, a company we know and love here at the Troubleshooter Network. Find them at referralist.com or call them 720-252-0370. That's 720-252-0370. Hey, if you call the Art of Granite right now, you'll get a price on the phone. Now, you'll have to describe the job. Hey, it's a straight countertop or a 90-degree. It's got this many square feet. I want granite or quartz, or I want whatever you want. Whatever you want, because they do everything. Natural stone, engineered stone, solid surfaces. They also do cabinets. Get a price right now on the phone. Tear out and haul away's free. And the bathroom vanity's free when you do the kitchen. He loves nothing more than talking about your kitchen. And you can get a price. The Art of Granite, 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919.
No, I'm not worried about running out of money. I just don't say I'm moving in with him. I said, Eric, if I run out of money, I'll just move in with you. What's the big deal? We took care of him for the first 21 years. He can take care of me for a couple of years.
This is a really good animation on Sprags.
I'll bring one in for you. I'll bring one in for you next time so you can play with it.
What's that?
I'm serious.
No. The way you said it, I just said.
Post a job on ZipRecruiter. Get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Oh, fuck, that is so cool. I like the one with those ball bearings, spring-loaded ball bearings.
Roller clutch.
There's all kinds of ways to do it. Then there's the little barbed one almost.
It's real popular now that, like I say, they have mechanical diodes. And they literally, when they're freewheeling, they sound like a ratchet. Click, 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 click. You can hear them.
So are they de-energized and then energized and they
It's not. It's a mechanical diode. It's not an electric diode.
What does that mean? I don't even know what that means, mechanical diode.
They literally will have, so, okay, now imagine that those dogs in there were kind of like L-shaped. So when it pushes this way, okay, and it's spring-loaded, so it pops up, so it pushes against it. When it goes this way, you've got the wall that hits that L, and it blocks it. So it locks it the opposite direction. Okay. So.
They call it a diode because it is a one-directional. Yeah. I just want to hear diode.
I know. You could make them electric.
You could easily make them electric. I mean, in a sense, they already have. Some of the Ford transfer cases for the four-wheel drive used to actually have a magnet in the back, and it turned it on for four-wheel drive. And you had a plate in there with eccentric dips in it and balls, so it would lock that in place so that it would wedge those balls in place.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, Carrie, what's going on?
Hey, not too much, Tom. I appreciate you and everything you do. And thanks for having Steve on from the Rock and Roll Brewery, because I just won 2 tickets for the races tomorrow night.
Very cool.
Yeah.
You know,
So,
people should still go, because it's going to be a weekend of fun for Father's Day up at Colorado National Speedway. And, of course, Steve, he, of course, he's a master brewer, man. People love his beer. Have you ever tasted his beer?
No, not yet. And I'm really looking forward to it. He gave me some recommendations. And, yeah, it's going to be a fun night. I'm taking my son. We're going to have a father-son deal on
sweet.
Mother's Day weekend.
Very, very, very cool. Thank you for letting us know, and that's rockandroll.beer and Colorado National Speedway. They're having the event this weekend. He's sponsoring some of that.
Every time I hear his name, that song pops into my head.
Yeah, I know. I know, because he writes so many jingles, but the Tree Farm has to be the number one, the absolute number one.
Yep.
It's one of, what do they call those, ear mites or something that you can't get out of your earworm? You can't get it out of your ears once you get it. You know what else is like that? It's a small world. And when I go, man,
Disney.
my God, when we used to go to Disney and the kids would go through that song repeated in my head for days.
I'm pretty sure they use it for torture down in Guantanamo.
Yeah. Dan, let's talk about your engine work. What's going on, Dan?
Hey, Tom.
Hey.
Hey, so I've got a 2009 Mazda 6. I only had $500 into it. I bought it from an older couple who had several cars they wanted to get rid of, and they offered it at a really low price. So
now, does that have the rotary engine? No, huh?
As a V6.
Oh, okay. And how many miles on it?
A little over 100,000.
Okay.
And what I'm wondering is, I had it looked at, and they're saying it's the powertrain, because it was working great, and then all of a sudden you start driving it, and it'll stall on you, and it's making a ticking sound in the engine. I think like a whole engine, or a lot of, obviously not cheap work. So I just didn't know if it's worth trying to fix it, since I only have 500 into it. At Blue Book's at around 6,000. Last time I checked, if it's all up and running correctly.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you own it for nothing, so yeah, you're way ahead of the game. But typically, it's not going to stall because it needs an engine. That doesn't necessarily correlate. You may have other issues in the engine, but the stalling is typically not related to engine problem.
And you don't have that many miles, right?
100,000.
I mean,
yeah.
Those little cars can really, really go a long time. But when it does run, how does it run? Does it always stall? I mean, is it like you can't go but a few?
Yeah. You drive for a few miles, and it'll stall. I've had to have it towed a couple times.
That could be an easy. It could be fuel, air, electric. I mean, any one of those. I mean, but what do you?
Well, the engine's making a ticking sound. It did make before. That's why I was wondering if it had something engine.
Well, okay. After you get it towed, and then, what do you do? Wait, and then it starts back up again?
No, I actually haven't been driving it, because I don't want to get stranded on the side of the road. I have another vehicle I can use, so I'm just trying to figure out what to do with it.
All right, what you need to do is take it somewhere to be analyzed. It still has computer codes, right, guys?
Yep.
You know, so Dan, seriously, they can put it on a computer and tell you. Why guess, right? They'll tell you if it needs an engine or not.
Yeah, be easier to make a decision.
It won't take a lot to figure that out.
No.
And where are you located?
Westminster, Colorado.
Yeah. So Colfax, west of Wadsworth, SheridanAutotech.com. Look them up. And so Dragon thinks he's being a wise ass, giving me an earworm because I told him that sticks in my head. Oh, my God. I'm telling you, when I go through there, I can't stop singing that. Now, I do want to tell you a serious story. There's a woman, Aletta Ayo. I think I'm pronouncing that right. A-Y-O. Ayo? Aletta. Listen to Aletta. She worked her ass off for many, many years. For assisted living. She worked for Meadow Vista Assisted Living in Denver. Okay? Now, she cared for Medicaid patients. She worked like sometimes the whole floor by herself. She worked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all 365 days a year. Some days would be easier, some days would be harder. In fact, if she wanted to take off, she had to get someone to fill in, and they wouldn't pay him. She was responsible. She worked long hours without a break. All of this, by the way, proven in court with a jury of her peers. So she went to an attorney, Sawaya and Miller Law Firm, and she wanted to know if this was actionable at all. And so she was required to staff the facility at all times. That means sometimes she worked 168 hours a week without a break. And they gave her crap when she needed a doctor's appointment or something. They said they did nothing wrong. She was awarded $500,000, almost $488, for past wages and damages. The largest employment action brought by a regular employee.
That doesn't even seem like enough.
It seems
for all those hours.
Can you imagine? Now, her attorney probably took some, but, I mean, well worth it. So this is a record award. Meadow Vista's attorney wrote that the jury found that defendants had not posted a wage and hour notice and had not provided a mechanism by which AO could keep track of her time. The jury made no findings about wage theft or criminal wrongdoing and suggested as part of the jury's verdict. So what he's saying is they did nothing wrong, but the jury still found for her in the amount of $488,000. Wow. I mean, that's incredible.
We used to work over 100 hours a week, and nobody thought anything about it.
You mean as doctors?
As interns and residents, we work well over 100 hours a week.
That's a whole different ballgame.
Why? You're still working and getting paid for it,
well,
but not getting paid very much.
Her attorney argued that back wages, penalties, interest, and attorney's fees should be more than $850,000, but they were satisfied for it. And he says, we believe this is the largest award to a single minimum wage worker in the U.S. Wow.
What would they have done if she just walked out?
But that's the thing. I mean, she's so dedicated. Why didn't they just give her, just help her along the way to keep her there? Why? You know what I mean?
Because some people are just stupid. It's,
stupid.
They don't see the forest for the trees.
We're picking a day off a week, and she probably works you forever.
Fucking just killed her.
Heading out east, leaving the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound has got a new accident reported at 56. Slow traffic back from Tower Road. And for folks leaving BIA, the trouble isn't...
No, the way you described it, I thought for sure you were going to say they gave her like $15 million or something crazy.
Oh. I think that's even incredible, though, $488,000.
Yeah,
ready to take control of your home plan? Well, then you better take that next turn to a Verizon store. Because my plan from Verizon is the kind of control we all deserve. Get exactly what you want. Only pay for
Can't hear about Meghan Markle and the Royals.
What?
Every day there's a new drama.
Consumer debt rose over $1 trillion in the past year, the biggest increase in 20 years. But if you're a homeowner looking to lay out of this debt, hey, it's Ross, and you can call my friends at American Financing, and we'll put together a plan to pay off that high-interest credit card debt and create meaningful savings for you every month. We're saving people just like you up to $1,000 a month and closing in as fast as 10 days.
You know what the #1 beer in America is now?
Modelo.
Michelob, what? Modelo?
Yeah, Mexican beer.
Are you shitting me?
I thought it'd be Michelob Ultra.
Oh, that's not even a beer.
What?
No.
It's not Coors Light. It's not Bud Light.
No.
That's what I meant, Bud Light.
Yeah, Bud Light. Modelo's light beer actually isn't too bad. Have you ever tried it?
What is?
Modelo's light beer. Modelo Ora.
I've never drank a beer in my life. I've not. If you take all the beer I drank in a whole lifetime, it doesn't amount to one glass of beer.
Don't care for it?
I can't. And every time somebody says this is different, I sip it, and it's not different. I just have never developed a taste ever.
An ice cold beer after I've been out working.
Oh fuck! I can't even.
But usually like 1, sometimes 2 is about my limit.
Yeah, the best beer in the world is after you've gone scuba diving. Because you're breathing that there's no moisture in the air in the tank. So you come up after 45 minutes, you come up, the sun is shining, it's warm, your mouth is as dry as a desert, and you drink a cold beer, it's heaven.
Does beer quench thirst, though?
It actually does the opposite.
It does the opposite, yeah. Same as pop, sodas and stuff, yeah.
It just feels good.
It feels good.
Yeah, beer's kind of like coffee. 1 bottle turns into a whole case of piss, man.
You weren't here when Steve was here with his beer, were you? No. That was actually pretty good. Some of them, I'm not a huge craft beer guy. Some of the stuff's a little crazy. But some of it's
Ozempic is going crazy. Fucking everyone's taking it, whether they have sugar, diabetes.
Yeah.
No.
That's for weight loss.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
not.
but they're not talking major weight loss. They're talking average like 10, 12 pounds.
In a week or 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For what?
Oh, wow. For Ozempic?
Oh, yeah.
Are they still having problems with shortages on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the people that need it for diabetes
Can't get it.
A lot of insurance companies aren't covering it, though, too.
And I love Navan. I told you about how your nose is divided air filter. The Navan powered sucker will help.
Well, they talk about Ozempic butt and Ozempic face or something, like you get some...
Well, probably.
Yes, because you lose so much fat volume.
Well, probably is in distribution.
Oh, and muscle volume is what they're saying. That's right.
Is that what it is?
It's probably the distribution of fat loss can be different in different people. That's what I would imagine.
My wife just bought one too. Thank you for this product. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navan, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better.
Oh, my favorite commercial.
And stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
See, another thing with progressive agenda is you can't hang out and have fun without them knowing where you stand.
You can't what?
Hang out and have fun without them knowing where you stand on stuff. It's almost like they probe until they find something they disagree with, or that you must agree on everything. They go right down the fucking line.
Sure.
I mean, it's almost like being in a political debate when all you want to do is go out and have something to eat, or you.
Yeah. Well, no, but it goes both ways. I mean, the Bud Light thing got a little carried away, and then they start digging into companies to see, and you have a woke agenda. We're going to not talk.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It does go both ways.
It just keeps digging and digging.
Well, it's literally using the Democrats or the liberals
Like this
freaking
right
cards against them.
Like trying to outlaw fucking pride flags. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Who the fuck cares? Leave people alone. Yeah. I don't understand this hellbent need to control people, for God's sakes.
Well, where do they want to outlaw the flags?
They're having a meeting on not allowing the gay pride or the pride
No,
flag.
but where do they want to outlaw
Wherever that was.
No, but
Michigan City.
And it's in schools and city buildings. Where?
At homes.
That's crazy.
Why?
Right
They've made people take down U.S. flags,
Well,
military flags, and everything else.
No, if you're allowed to fly flags, you can't discriminate. But if you can't fly any flags,
that's not what they proved when they were making Marines take down their flags.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Listen, Compass Insurance Group does free insurance checkups where they'll see they're not, first of all, underinsured, like the people were with the fires, man. It killed them because they lost all of their equity, or that you're not paying too much for coverage. Compass Insurance Group. TheInsuranceHelpCenter.com, 303-996-9000. Now, Phil, the issue with stalling. Do you have an issue with stalling, or are you commenting on the one that did have an issue with stalling?
Hey, Tom, I got a 93 Chevy Silverado 150 pickup. It's got 98,000 actual miles on it. I did have a transmission put in by Budget Transmission. Are they still around?
Yes, of course. Budget Transmission and Auto Repair, absolutely.
Okay, that's one of the issues. I got a cross-thread cooler line that went into the transmission. I'm leaking a little transmission
Well,
fluid.
they'll fix that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, thanks. The other problem I'm having is I'm driving. It does not stall off. It runs good. It's really good.
It's a 93, right?
Yeah, it's a 93, 98,000 actual miles on it.
Well, that's
I bought it brand new.
All right. Wow.
Okay. But when I go park, like I go in the store or go to the doctor's or whatever, I come out and it don't want to start. So
what do you think it is?
I open the hood and I turn the air cleaner around.
What?
And it starts.
But wait, I don't know if it's because you're turning your air cleaner around or just you're stopping for a little while. I mean, guys would change.
I'm stopping it.
All right, so hold on. So now you have the air cleaner turned around. Does that mean when it happens again, you have to turn it back the way it was?
Yeah, somewhat. I got a K&N filter in it.
What would that? See, that doesn't make sense to me, guys. That flipping it would matter.
Not for starting, typically, no.
So what's happening when he stops and he gets out, he opens the hood? I don't know. I mean, when it stalls, does it stall where it's just a silent stall and all of a sudden you notice it's stalled, or does it chug-a-lug a little?
No, it doesn't. I
mean, is it running and then all of a sudden goes dead?
No, Tom, listen.
It's after he parks.
When I park it and I go to the store or whatever and I park it and I come back out,
then it won't start
it
again. I got it.
Start.
I'm sorry, yeah.
It does not stall on the highway or anything like that.
I'm going to say good old-fashioned vapor lock.
Do you ever get any problem starting it first thing in the morning?
Never.
It's when it's hot.
It's a hot start. It's a hot start. What they call a hot soak restart.
And why is that?
There's a lot of things. It could be a drippy injector where the injector's dripping into the intake manifold and it's got too much fuel to start it. So once it burns that fuel through, then it's fine. But when it's cold, it has enough time to evaporate the fuel out of there so you don't see it.
Yeah, this is a throttle body.
Yeah, there's two injectors in the throttle body.
Right. I was thinking about replacing both injectors.
Yep.
I was thinking maybe that's the problem.
Could be, or just run a good cleaner, a 44K, like a BG 44K through and see if that helps.
Can consumers Can consumers buy BG anywhere?
Napa sells it.
Okay.
I always use BG.
Good. Try it again,
But I think you're on the right path replacing the injectors, yes.
So explain how dripping a little fuel does that, because it lays there and becomes part of the mixture.
It sits there in a puddle, and then when you go to start it,
and
you
liquid
have too
gas doesn't burn.
No.
It's the vapors that burn. That's why we have to atomize it. It goes into the cylinders. So when it pools up in there, it doesn't want to fire. When he pulls that air cleaner off, he's introducing more air, evaporating it.
Oh, that. So it's really flipping it around. Has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, he can take it off and put it right back on.
Yep.
Okay. All right. That sounds weird. And what he's doing is introducing more air.
Correct.
Yeah, allowing it to vaporize.
Get a chance to go.
All right, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. My God, for the first time in a long time, we have some open lines, so you can get right in. You can call about, we have a few minutes left, or several minutes. You can talk about car problems, or you can talk about anything you want. By the way, what do you think the number one podcast topic category is in all of the country? What do you think it is? Because I was thinking about doing a podcast, but you know what? The problem with podcasts with consumer issues, people aren't going to listen for general consumer issues. They're going to listen for problems they're having. Yeah. That's for as far as a podcast goes. What I mean is, it's different when you take phone calls. People are interested in people's lives. That's interesting, okay? So people call with a problem, and you want to hear about it. You want to hear what they are doing, what happened. But when it comes to just doing a podcast where there are no phone calls, you have to really be interested in a topic. And I fear, like if I talk about something about air conditioning, well, there's only going to be very few people at any one time interested in any one consumer topic. But when it comes to podcast, I think I'm right about that, because the ones that try to drill down to one topic, I'm not talking about one category, one topic, they seem to have less popularity than the ones that have a genre that's really popular. The number one genre, the number one category, what do you think it is?
Politics.
No. What do you think? You thought
yeah,
politics?
I was going politics too, yeah.
Doc, what do you think? What do you think, Dragon? Did you look it up?
Oh.
They not just crime, but true crime. They
Really?
want to know about true crime.
Really?
Now, that doesn't mean... And I know there's one called true crime. It's crime in general, true crime. People are obsessed with crime. And they do unsolved mysteries, cold cases, murders, unsolved cases, blah, blah, blah. Now, Jeff, you're number two. Politics and government would be number two. I'm shocked that politics is number two. I would think people are so tired of it that they would not seek it out.
They seek out their own...
In a podcast.
They seek out people who agree with their
confirmation
ideologies.
biased.
Confirmation bias. They like to hear people on the podcast confirm their ideas.
And I do just the opposite. Yeah. Because I want to know all about things that I don't know if I agree with, to see if I can change my mind.
Well, that's because your IQ is bigger than your shoe size.
I'm becoming actually... Now listen, it's not going to be a freaking religion. I'm not going to preach it to everyone, nor do I believe man has a big impact on it. But there truly is something going on with climate. There is. And the earth changing. I'm not preaching. I'm not saying, okay, here's what you have to do. And I don't think Biden and his climate change agenda is going to do a thing. Not a thing. But I have been truly doing a lot of research, well, when I say research, listening to others about it. And there is something there. There's no doubt that statistics are showing certain things are changing, but the impact of man on it is, I just don't see I do see some impact, obviously, but destroying cattle because of cow farts and buying carbon credits and some of those things don't seem to be the way to go. Anyway, we have more coming right up.
It's the sheer arrogance to think that we can change it.
See, money in finance is only 2%.
Really?
I mean, even though people always say, Tom, you should do this, you should do that. And I say, look, I know what you mean. My genre is popular if you're looking for a car and I talk about cars.
Yep.
If you're looking for a furnace and I talk about furnaces. If you're talking about, but here's or roofing. But the fucking problem is, at any one time, if you do a topic, there's this many people interested in it. I mean, because it's a subsection. there's no such thing as just consumer topics. Consumer topics are nothing more than tiny little topics. And that is the rub, is that no matter what you post, it will not affect a lot of people at that time. It's a cumulative thing. Hold on.
And podcasts, you don't have any back and forth, right? It's only
you can do both.
Right?
Yeah. Now I want Euro Plumbing Colorado. Man, they boast the best prices for everything they do. And right now, here's what they're doing. First of all, repiping homes for houses that have old pipes and they want to get all the new PEX and all the new pipes, freeze resistant, all that. They do water heaters at the best prices. And now garbage disposals at the best prices. They say you'll save 90% over competitors, and sump pumps. EuroplumbingColorado.net, when they enter the market, they say the guaranteed lowest price. And you need to call them. You will not believe the service and the prices. Good people. 303-668-6844. 303-668-6844. Hey, Century RV is the place I recommend for new and used RVs. Why? The first reason, price. Okay, I'm just going to tell it. Second reason, the best trade-in values. Third reason, convenience. I-25 and exit 240 on the frontage road up there, plenty of parking. Also, the other thing, they have a giant maintenance facility they just built for their customers. It's beautiful. So you have great warranty service. And as I said, new and used RVs from pop-up campers all the way to Class A motorhomes. CenturyRV.com, 303-453-1111. See, Doc, what I've been trying to do on this remote that I'm trying at the house, taking phone calls, I want to have the first podcast that takes phone calls. And then I want to promote it that people can call me during this time, and then I'll do it for a podcast. Consumer problems are interesting if you do it back and forth. Like I said, people like listening to other people's problems.
Well,
but they're not interesting. Here's where consumer issues are not interesting to the general public, is when you take one topic that they don't need to know about.
Right. But Tom, when you do your best of, isn't that a podcast? Basically, because it's going back.
Yeah, it's give and take. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's not live.
I could recut my show into a. They put these shows up as podcasts, which is not fair to podcasting, because podcasting is more polished than a radio show. And then they throw in commercials at odd times. It's a very weird way of doing it. But I've been trying to come up with a way where a podcast would be relevant. Something relevant. You know, podcasting is the new way America's getting information, though. Do you know that? But do you know what a daunting task is when you go searching for them? You don't know what the fuck to listen to.
Mm-hmm. No, there's millions of them.
Literally millions of them.
Yeah.
You don't know what to listen to.
No.
And I'm wondering, how the fuck do these people get an audience or get sponsors? I mean,
but sometimes if I'm just poking around, if I hear a voice that's uncomfortable, I don't care what they're saying. So I mean, there's even production quality.
Of course.
You know.
Now,
and then are most podcasts now incorporating video?
How do you monitor? What do? You go on YouTube and just post a video? Is that how you get a podcast on?
No, most podcasts, believe it or not, are audio.
Okay, so what do? You call up K-How
okay.
and you buy an hour?
No, here's how you do a podcast.
Yeah.
Because Stephanie does something. She does post podcasts. But what we do is we have an app, and you apply to each service. They don't give a shit. You explain what you're doing, blah blah blah. Then you get back, okay. And now when you post it, you click a button, and this program you have will post it to every genre: Apple TV or iTunes, iHeart,
Spotify.
It does it. So
Okay.
you go out and get approval from each one of those. And when I say you get approval, there's no fucking. I mean, you just apply and they say yes.
Signed up. Yeah.
Does it cost anything?
No. Well, no. To be on iHeart, it doesn't. To be on Apple, they want to be able to offer stuff to people. No. So they want as many podcasts as they can get because you hear it on iHeart, on Apple, wherever you get your podcast. Okay, now, what costs you is the convenience of having a program like we have. I have one called Buzzsprout where you go on there. That's where you post it, only one place. And then you simply click, or we don't click, it's automated, which ones you want it to go to. You press send, and it posts to all of them. You don't have to post individually. That's the benefit, is it posts to all the, so you need one of those programs, but those are cheap. There's so many dollars a month, and you get so much upload.
So do you self-categorize yourself so that it knows when you punch it out to go to true crimes or to go to politics or to go to...
You tell it, you give it tags, and then you give it categories. Stephanie's, for example, is on faith, right? Faith-based stuff. And if you miscategorize it, you're going to hurt yourself because you'll be blocked if you do that. Like, for example, if you want to, you can't fake what you do to get somebody to listen to it.
So now, if you originally categorized yourself as consumer issues,
and
then you decided you were going to do something with politics, can you recategorize it, or is it automatically going to categorize you?
Each one is categorized. Not, I guess you could have the genre categorized. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Alan, what's going on?
Yeah.
Wait, did we talk to Alan already? No. Go ahead, Alan. Welcome.
So it's a 99 Chevy Tracker.
Wow.
It's giving me the EGR valve, and I replaced it, and I can clear the code, and it runs great. But about a half hour later, it just goes back on again.
The code does?
Yeah, the code comes back.
Now, how does the code clear to begin with?
Well, I've got a Craftsman.
Just a scanner clear.
ODB tool, a troubleshooting tool you put in the OBD2.
Mm-hmm. What the PL400 is telling you is that you get low flow, not necessarily a bad EGR valve. So
what would cause low airflow?
It may be metering. It's got a meter that measures the airflow. You got to start there and make sure it's actually reading properly. You got a modulator or an EGR flow sensor that will determine if it's flowing properly. Or you could have a plugged up EGR tube. It's not necessarily an EGR valve.
And when we talk about EGR or exhaust gas recirculation, what actually is that? Does it actually take some of the exhaust gas and recirculate it through the engine?
It lowers the internal combustion temperatures in the engine to keep it from producing NOx gases.
So you're literally burning in your engine fresh air along with exhaust air.
To cool it down a little bit.
Why? To me, exhaust air would make it hotter. I don't understand how.
It's not flammable. So it's more inert coming in, and it lowers the temperature of the combustion by just introducing inert air.
So the exhaust air recirculated is not combustible air.
No.
Because why? It's already been.
It's already been, yeah.
Okay, that's weird. And if you mix too much of that, can't that make...
It'll stall, yes.
Okay, and if you have too little of it, wouldn't matter, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Well, I never knew that. Did you know what it was for, Alan, the EGR?
No, not really. But it really runs okay. It doesn't stall or anything.
Sure.
But you just have a code. So the code is telling him there's a problem somewhere.
The code is telling him the computer is not seeing the EGR flow it's expecting.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily, it's not...
Is there a place to reset it?
He's got to check this sensor.
Okay.
The sensor is what determines the code, not the EGR valve.
Now, leading to and from the sensor, are there tubes?
Yes.
Could they be clogged?
Yes, absolutely. Carbon.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's not always the sensor itself or the valve itself.
A lot of times it's not.
And is the valve and the sensor all in one body?
No.
So you have a sensor?
No, the sensor is in the stream of the exhaust going to the engine.
Got it. And then the valve is the thing that controls the flow.
Opens and closes the flow.
And that's part of emissions too, right?
Correct.
All right. And when did that get introduced?
Oof.
Like how many years ago?
Yeah, mid-'80s.
Okay, so it's on most cars. Right?
Yes, yeah.
All right, folks. Well, we've been educated. By the way, thank you, Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech. Kevin Calkin on Kimmer Transmission. And no, Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. I know what the hell's wrong. It's Friday. Leave me alone. Anyway, transmissionsdenver.com and also SheridanAutotech.com. Remember, save all your problems for me. I don't know what the hell happened there.
So we're going to get you guys working someplace, I'll tell you what.
What was in that orange?
Talk station 630 KHOW.
Did you know that you do not have to hire multiple contractors and visit dozens of home centers in order to get that brand new gorgeous bathroom? Really? Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Bathrooms, providing high quality, full service, turnkey bath remodeling in Colorado for over 3 decades. Todd?
You bet, Dad. With our free in-home quote, our design professionals will bring our showroom to you. You'll have all the choices right at your fingertips. Our design portfolio will not only appeal to your particular tastes, but will also allow for a turnkey, worry-free project completed on time and on budget.
Gotta love it, Todd. Whether it's the 5-piece master suite you want, or the need to fix that leaky, moldy, nasty thing you call a shower, check us out. Book your bathroom project now for select install dates, and you'll enjoy a 12% savings. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
This is the story of Julie Guillot. She's a Leukemia and Lymphoma Society advocate and the mother of a child who battled blood cancer.
Zach was diagnosed with AML, a deadly leukemia, when he was only 5. He died at just 9 years old, really from the treatment that was meant to save him.
Today, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is pioneering breakthrough treatments for kids with cancer. Visit lls.org and save a child's life.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Morgan Norwood. 4 years after the massacre at the Tree of Life Synagogue, a jury finding 50-year-old Robert Bowers guilty on all counts related to the shooting deaths of 11 people and injuring 7 more in the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. Stephen Cohen, the co-president of the New Light Congregation.
It's difficult to say the emotions we feel right now. One of relief, obviously, that the jury returned a full verdict of guilty to all 63 counts.
11 of the charges related to his actions are eligible for the death penalty. 3 years after George Floyd's death, the Justice Department releasing its report on the Minneapolis Police Department, finding numerous abuses of power and disregard for the safety of people in custody and discriminatory practices. President Biden to speak at this hour at the National Safer Community Summit. He'll outline money that's already available to help states support mental health and combat gun violence. This is ABC News. The race continues to grab a piece of the lucrative sports betting market.
Sportswear giant Fanatics announced plans last month to step into gambling with a $150 million agreement to buy Australian gambling company PointsBet. But overnight, established gambling titan DraftKings, worth about $10 billion as a publicly traded company, says it's offered $195 million for PointsBet's U.S. operations. The CEO of Fanatics told CNBC he views this move as an attempt to slow down his own company. Brian Clark, ABC News.
9 women have filed a lawsuit accusing comedian Bill Cosby of sexually assaulting them between 1979 and 1992. The suit filed in U.S. District Court in Nevada comes after a 2023 law eliminated the statute of limitations for sexual assault victims to sue perpetrators for damages. Cosby's conviction for 2004 sexual assault was overturned in 2021. Morgan Norwood, ABC News.
If you came across someone struggling with hunger, how would you recognize them? Would you notice the 16-year-old boy who got his first job,
not for extra spending money, but to help feed his little sisters?
or a mother who's in between jobs
and sometimes goes to bed hungry so her kids can have dinner?
I am the 1 in 8 Americans who struggle with hunger. I am hungered in America.
Hunger can be hard to recognize. Learn why at IamHungerinAmerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Ooma?
Yep, switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Find Small Business Calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
K-How News Time, 2:03.
About 750,000 people gathered in downtown Denver yesterday for the Nuggets victory parade and rally. That's about 250,000 more than for last year's celebration for the Avalanche after they won the Stanley Cup. A former Loveland police officer facing a misdemeanor assault charge